All right, guys. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. What is on my hat? Not sure what was on my hat there. But welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the intro music there. That's for you, Corey. You requested it. It's the least I could do for you, bro. That was a good track, though. I can't remember the last time I played that one. The sun. Turn off the sun. Is it too bright? I mean, on my screen it looks fine, but I don't know if it's too bright. I can do something about that. Have to give a shout out to New Soul 9, who dropped a lot of super chats, which we're gonna read. He dropped them before I even went live here. So, New Soul 9, before I even read what you said, man, I just want to express my gratitude and give you my thanks for, dropping that type of support, man. It really does mean a lot, and it helps the channel more than you know, and it's stuff like that that allows me to keep doing what I'm doing here, and also, continues the conversation. So, New Soul 9, thank you so much for that, buddy. I will, in just a moment here, let more people file in, and I'll read those super chats. And Corey Landiga immediately comes in with the 5-bomb, bro. He's like, thanks for playing the tunes, man. Here's some membership gifts. And also, we know it's for Boss. Don't start looking at me already, man. I'm telling you, he knows your name. I'm going to have to start calling you something else. He knows. He knows. But thank you for the 5 member gifts. Yeah, guys, we're going to be bringing back the Members Lounge this week. Okay? I appreciate everybody kind of, being patient and being understanding. Had a lot going on in April. I mean, we're still going to have a lot going on. I can't necessarily make a promise on how many members lounges we're doing, but we are doing the members lounge. It's coming back. It's coming back. Morning with the Misses. Can't commit to that right now. I'll let you guys know like what's going on, with some more personal behind the scenes stuff in the members lounge. There's been a lot going on. Try not to get overwhelmed. It's easy to get overwhelmed these days. Is Mrs. MBG okay? She's okay. Yeah, she's okay. She's hanging in there. So, yeah, we'll discuss some of that stuff in some upcoming members lounges. But today, we need to talk about Xbox's funeral, man. Because apparently Microsoft held the Xbox console's funeral and didn't invite anybody. I don't know. They did it unceremoniously. But, before I read these super chats from New Soul 9, we're going to be talking about, the situation with Xbox once again and these price increases and how I want to talk about how this is, in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of many others, like Microsoft just officially buried the Xbox console. Like the grave was already dug. I think, it's safe to say at this point, like they buried them, bro. And the Xbox console's 6 feet under. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about if it matters or not. We'll have a bunch of different conversations. I also want to talk about the fact that, Sony came out. They announced the price of the PS5 Pro, and the whole internet collapses. Everybody's going berserk. I mean, they're flipping tables. They're losing their minds. Sony, what are you doing? Xbox Series X, 2 terabyte, $730. And I'm not saying people aren't complaining, but it's like, this doesn't seem like there's as much backlash. I don't know, man. It just seems like people are like, yeah, well, Game Pass. Game Pass. You got Game Pass. Come on, bro. Go to your Game Pass, boss. All right. Anyway, New Soul 9, I'm going to read all your super chats back to back here. And again, thank you for the super chats. You're saying, hey, MBG, hope all is well. There's a couple of things I wanted to comment on for this week's streams you've been holding or uploading. I heard you say that video games aren't the same as movies or a TV series. If we proceed to follow that logic, then we have to remove video games from the category of entertainment, because that is where TV series and movies are labeled as at the current moment. It is the only way to show their differential that you genuinely believe. And then below that, you say there is now for my. Are you going to throw up? Not you, New Soul 9. You good? it just felt like he was gagging a little bit there. You good? All right. Yeah, come on. If you're going to, I don't want you to do it on my mic. And you say here, another thing I wanted to comment on was you saying, and the viewer making this statement, as well as with their super chat, quote, Microsoft is finally third party, end quote, making the basic insinuation that Microsoft announcing all the way back in 2016 and 2017, their games are going to PC day and date, aka Steam storefront, didn't make them third party and was still upholding the traditional model like PlayStation. If that is the logic we are running with, then the PlayStation player should advocate for PlayStation to go ahead to be on PC day and date as well, if that doesn't make you third party, which is completely foolish, because third party is when a set product is being sold or provided out of your own control or storefront, that the consumer doesn't have to go specifically to your store anymore to have access to your first party IP content. I hope going forward that everyone stops and uses a better description, saying like an overall better description, which is, quote, Microsoft is being more third party than they were third party without needing to release on PlayStation all the time. But it was clear at the start that that was going to be an eventuality or eventually the next logical step to be on PlayStation. Some interesting points you raised there, New9. What I find most interesting about your super chats here, first, what I find most interesting is that boss just won't listen to me. He just won't listen to me. And it's like, bro. Oh, and New9, the last thing he says is, anybody had hot milk with brownies? Dude, I love brownies. I gotta say, I've never had brownies with hot milk. It sounds like it might be worth trying, but I always have brownies with milk. And cookies. They're just, you need it, you know? Hot milk, I don't know. Are you trying to say something here, New9? I don't know. I feel like there's a secret message behind that after everything you just said. But I find it interesting that you bring up 2016 and 2017 when Microsoft announced that, they're bringing all of their games to PC. And I do remember, people had a meltdown, bro. Day and date on Steam and PC, people had a meltdown. And Hellbound 1981, who's having a meltdown because Boss is having a meltdown because he needs his treats, comes in, drops another 5 bomb for you guys. 5 more memberships gifted, bringing us up to 10. We're making our way. Let's see if we can end up getting to that 25 goal. I'd love to see that. Appreciate all the support, guys. Hellbound. Is my mic clipping? Guys, is my mic clipping a lot? Boss. Stay, boy. Is it still doing it? I'll correct it if I have to. I'm testing to see if the mic is still clipping. Maybe I'm... Oh, you know what? Hold on. Shit. My bad. Yeah, that was my fault, guys. Okay, boss, bro. Get back, get away, you foul beast. It's turning this shit into Bloodborne, Snackborn. Come on. Sorry about that. That was my fault. I had my volume basically doubled. Because for some reason I have to increase the volume a lot when I'm recording videos. But when I'm on stream, it doesn't do that. Oh yeah, and my bad, Corey.
I'm no hero. Never was. Never will be.
Get the hell away from me, boy. So the volume should be good now. I do apologize for that. I usually remember to take care of that before I go live. Is he gonna jump attack me next? I don't know. You guys, we're gonna need 15 memberships stat because he's making me real nervous. New9, Microsoft 2016, 2017, they announced we're putting all our games day one on PC, and there was a meltdown. And the biggest thing that people were saying is nobody's gonna buy an Xbox. It's gonna kill the Xbox. And I'll be honest, man, I don't think it did. I don't think them announcing that for their Xbox games really changed the overall trajectory. I think it maybe hurt it slightly. But this notion that people put forth where it's them doing that makes it so that it's over. The console's like dead. You just killed it by going day and date on PC. I didn't see that because what I saw was that, well, people got over it like they do with everything. And the trajectory, from what I could tell, was basically the same. It was what it was always going to be, where it's like, bro, Sony just kicked Microsoft's teeth in the console space with the announcement of the PS4 and the Xbox One. And Microsoft having to kind of divert and be like, well, we got to start putting our games day one on PC to try to make more sales and more money. Not the most shocking thing. And, it's understandable why people would see that and be like, well, that immediately devalues the console. It's like, it does. It does. Just like if Sony does it, it's going to devalue the PS5. But the real question is like, is this going to kill it? Like, is this going to kill sales? Is this going to halt sales? Is this going to make people feel like they just don't need this thing and they're going to walk away from it? I think Microsoft did that themselves at the launch of the Xbox One. And so I get what you're saying, where it's like, what we're seeing happen now when people talking about Xbox going third party, it's like, oh, they did it. They finally went third party and it's like a big deal. And it is, but it's kind of not. It's in this weird, awkward middle ground space where it's like, it is weird to see Forza Horizon 5 launching on PS5, but at the same time, there's a lot of people just kind of left with the feeling, well, I mean, it's like, yeah, it's interesting, but it's like, I guess it's not the most shocking thing. Like maybe you could kind of, hindsight's 2020, of course, but it's like, you could see this coming. Maybe you could have seen this coming. Like, it's not the most shocking thing in the world. But it's still a relatively big deal. And what you mentioned about me talking about video games being separate from movie and TVs and having to remove them from the entertainment category. I mean, I don't think you can remove video games from the entertainment category, but again, I will always think that there is just such a major inherent difference between video games and movies and TV, right? And certainly music, where it's like, there's such a massive, in my opinion, a massive barrier that will always exist, where it's like one thing just asks you to sit down and look and listen, and that's it. The other thing asks you to actually physically engage with it. And I just think that you could create a separate category just for video games because of that. But I understand why they're going to be bunched in with media as well, or entertainment, I mean. But yeah, man, the whole conversation about Microsoft going third party, whether or not Sony's going to go day and date on PC, it's one that will continue. But I mean, look, dude, June 8th, the Xbox showcase is coming. It's coming. And it's going to be just as much of a PlayStation showcase as it is an Xbox showcase for the first time ever. And I'm not saying that to like rub salt in the wound or anything. I don't think most Xbox players really care anymore. It's just that, bro, Microsoft wants PlayStation players to tune in. Like, please tune in because we have games we want to sell you. And that's just so, to me, that's what really highlights, I think, the difference. Yeah, Sony's going to look at that and be like, there's your state of play, guys. Our job here is done. But yeah, New Soul 9, bro, I do appreciate all those super chats. I really just want to, because you dropped a lot, dude. You dropped a lot of super chats, and I was shocked seeing that when I came into the room and set everything up. So I just want to once again express my gratitude for that. I don't know that we'll always see eye to eye on these different topics. There's a lot of people I don't necessarily see eye to eye with this stuff, but I do appreciate you still stopping by, showing support, engaging in the conversation. And I do see your comments on the streams as well. And I usually read them. So I appreciate that, man. That's good stuff. Just want to make sure you don't think I'm I expect that. I definitely don't. The Xbox 2 terabyte is still cheaper than the Pro. It comes with a disk drive. Okay. All right. I see what you're doing there. I see what you're doing with that disk drive inclusion. I get it. I mean, it is true. Yeah, you can give it that. You can give it that. I won't take that away from it. Or maybe I will. I don't know. Man, I'm seeing such weird shit out there. Let me tell you. Canadian Jedi, I can't talk about it. Now, the only thing I will say, and this is all I'm going to say, and it's a prediction, by the time the embargo lifts, I don't know that I'm going to be done. Like, I don't know that I'm going to be able to do a full... We'll have to see. There's still time. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that because, geez, man, reviewing games is very difficult. I have to be honest. Like, it's the thing I really underestimated was like the time you're given to review games. It's very, very difficult to keep up with. So that's all I can say. Not going to say anything more than that, but we will be talking about it. You're considering PS5 Pro Elite. A lot of people care about physical. 40 to 50% still care about the disc. Yeah, so we see stuff like Claire Obscure selling out physically, and it's like, you love to see it. You love to see it, man. I saw that Evil Dead. I just bought a copy of Evil Dead physically because I saw that game's getting delisted, and I'm like, bro, come on. You're really going to make me sit all the way over here? Back it up. Back up, Jack. Oh, man. Okay. I'm going to have to sit over here for now. Hopefully that's okay. Looks like there should be something here. I should have a massive cardboard cutout of Mark Cerny or something. But you were tempted about the PS5 Pro, but where are all the exclusives? All I see is DS2 and Yotei. That's pretty good, bro. Considering how big those games are. I mean, I get it. If that's not enough for you, it's not enough. To equate the outcry about the dominant market leader releasing an expensive Pro versus a distant third dead console raising prices is grossly disingenuous at best and basically jumping the shark. Listen, man, I don't agree with that. Just flat out, I don't agree with that because people do need, if they're not going to keep the same energy, that at the very least they need to just like not gloss over it like it's just, oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's the thing that happened anyway, let's move on. And I'm saying this because there are people having good conversations, there are people having shit conversations, and there's a lot of those shit conversations going on. And that to me is just where it's getting like, it's just the nonsense is reaching like nuclear levels of like, bro, I just watched Nintendo raise the price of their games to $80. I just watched Microsoft raise the price of both, not just the consoles and the games to $80, but their accessories as well, and raise one of those consoles up to $730. I just watched this happen, and I'm still coming across people with influence, people who are not just nobodies necessarily, and they're still trying to find a way. Like, but Sony, how can we turn this into a negative for Sony? It's nuts. Boss. Let's come on. Y'all gotta grow a backbone, says Gaming Survivor. Planet Schlorping, you're saying Rockstar should open up an Oriental massage parlor with how much they'll blank us off over the next year. You know what? I agree, Planet Schlorpian. They should. Planet Schlorpian, thank you so much for that super chat, man. Musashi saying, does the Evil Dead PS5 version work offline? No, I don't think so, actually. Ironically. Well, I don't know. They said they're keeping the servers up. Now, I'm actually not sure if you can play that game offline. I'm pretty sure you can't. So it's like, once the servers go offline, that game's going to disappear. And the only remnant will be that physical PS5 version, which will essentially be a coaster, I assume. But I don't know. Even physical games can't save everything, right? It is sad, yeah. You know what the craziest thing to me about that Evil Dead game is? It's only like 2 years old. It's only like 2 years old. That's the wild part. You would think something like that, you wouldn't see them delisting it for like at least like 5 years or something. It's like, I don't know. I guess people really moved on from it. And from what I've heard, it's a really good game. Like if you're an Evil Dead fan. This is what my stream has become. You know what I'm going to start doing? I'm going to start going live an hour early before any of my streams. And I'll have it up on screen. It's like boss time, maybe like an hour-long countdown. And it's just boss here. And you guys can just gift. And with it, that's like an hour. Like you can gift. And the goal is we got to hit the 25 before I come on stream and we go live. So he can just... I'm just kidding. I don't know. Maybe people would like that. Schmidt GT says, got a Series X in 2020, used for like 450 euros. Got lucky. Good hardware, and the games are coming finally. But no way around PS6. Oh, hold on. No way around PS6 next. Yeah, the Series X, I don't think is a bad console. And wow, it is downpouring outside. Holy shit. That came out of nowhere. I don't know. Maybe I'll lose power. I'm just going to let you guys know because it seems like a major storm just rolled in out of literally nowhere. If my stream abruptly ends, it's because I lost power. I'm not anticipating it, but whoa. Is that a sign? Yeah, I don't know. Is that a sign for something? Yeah, the Series X is not a bad console. I don't think it ever was a bad console. No, I don't think it's a hurricane, dude. It just looks like a really intense rainstorm. And now it just slowed down. I don't know. I guess we got some weird rain clouds rolling in. The Xbox Series X is not a bad console in and of itself. You know, it gets the job done in terms of what it needs to do for video games. But it's just what it's supposed to do as a console. I believe it has failed its mission. Doesn't mean you can't enjoy it. You know, I'm not like telling you like, hey, if you're playing games on a Series X and, you know, then you can enjoy video games. Like, what are you doing? No. But when we're talking about what it was supposed to do in the console space, especially in terms of competition, it failed its mission, unfortunately. Stephen Pennington says, hey, man, I think the GTA 6 delay is due to trimming the woke, given the game, or given the way the majority are. Hope everything is okay with you. Keep up the good work. Well, everything's okay with me, mostly. You know, other than the fact that I'm just, you know, pretty much clinically insane. But other than that, I'm good. I don't agree with that, Stephen. The reason being is, it's a wild statement. We're trimming the woke, bro. I mean, it's plausible for some things, but something like GTA 6, no, GTA 6 has been done for a while. It's just a game on the size scale and a game that has a scope of GTA 6. It needs a massive amount of time for polish. You know, like that game is done, fully playable from start to finish, but it needs a massive amount of polish. And a game that big, no doubt, needs like 2 years of straight polish. Especially because you know the way Rockstar wants to launch it. Rockstar's not going to launch it 80% done. They're not going to do that. I think a lot of people would be okay with that, but they're not going to do that. So I really believe the delay is simply for just full on Rockstar polishing mode, and they don't want to crunch. That's another thing too, Steven. It was confirmed by Jason Schreier that Rockstar is going well out of their way to avoid what they call, like, you know, extreme crunch. I'm sure there's going to be some level of crunch with a game this size. I think it's unavoidable, but they're not going to like ruin their lives basically for the next 6 months. And I get that. I totally get that. I understand people are upset and like they want the game soon and they want it now, but I'm just like, I don't know, dude. I know that people are like, you're giving Rockstar too much of a pass compared to like Naughty Dog or whatever. And I don't know. Well, it's because you have to consider, like, dude, it's already been like 12 years. Like, I'm just at a point with GTA 6 where it's like, I don't even know that I don't really have hype anymore. I can't call it hype because there's no way you stay hyped for something for 12 years straight. It's transformed into like, well, I don't know. I don't know what to call it. I don't even have a word for it. But I have seen people like acting all upset and being like, my hype's dead. I don't even care about this game anymore. It's like, bro, stop. Stop it. Stop. you know just as well as I do. Everybody in this room knows you're going to be there day one for GTA 6. You know, like your hype's not gone. You're just you're not just sitting there eager, you know, like I'm ready. You're going to move on to other things in the meantime, and that's fine. That's what I suggest people do. But yeah, I'm certain that the delay was due to polish. We have New Soul 9 with another chat saying, by the way, MBG, we see things differently, but best believe we both hate the dog shit Series S. That's something we can always agree and see eye to eye on. Well, there we go. See, that's why I like you, New Soul 9. We can shake on it. Series S. Garbage. No, I mean, look, if there's people out there enjoying the Series S, like I'm not trying to like hurt people's feelings. You know, I did that. I got made fun of on Christmas morning, but it was so funny. It was so unnecessarily savage. I'm like, you know, a moment of silence for anybody who woke up to a Series S on Christmas morning. And it's like, you know, man, their kids waking up to Series S's. They're happy. Why you got to ruin that for them? Like, you know what? Yeah, I'm not trying to ruin anybody's hype and excitement. But no, I New Soul 9, I mean, basically, I do agree with you, generally speaking. It's a reality check. I think Microsoft regrets the Series S to a small degree anyway. I understand why they did it. From a business perspective, I understand why Microsoft chose to do what they did because they're like, we got to try. Like, if we can come in with a console that's like $100 or $200 less, it gives us a better chance. And I get it. And it still didn't do anything. You can't really blame Microsoft. Well, you can blame Microsoft, but I guess what I'm trying to say is like you can't act surprised when you look at the history of Microsoft's trajectory. Like, they tried, dude. They did try. It just didn't work. And that happens. That's the reality sometimes. You try things and they just don't work. And you got to move on to something else. But yeah, man, I think the whole situation with the price increases. So I basically talked to you guys on my last stream about how I'm absolutely 100% prepared for Sony to come out and announce a price increase. I believe 100% that at some point in the future, whether that be this month or a year from now or 3 years from now, Sony is going to come on board with the $80 games, and they're going to probably increase the price of their hardware. I am convinced of this. But as of right now, there are some things we got to acknowledge. And the big thing to me, well, there's two big things. Number one, again, I am watching the people who went utterly berserk on a $700 PS5 Pro struggle to grapple with what just was announced by Microsoft. Now, granted, I am also seeing people waking up, and that's what I love to see. I love to see it because it's like we need to get out of this diluted state that, you know, I don't know where it stems from. I don't know if it stems from Microsoft's marketing. I don't know if it stems from just groups of people on the internet. PlayStation Plus is going up in price again. Uh-oh. Hold on. Did Sony bamboozle me right now, live? Well, wait, hold on. Are you referring to the PS Plus price increase that just happened? Because the way I read that, it made it sound like they just announced it, like another one. Which wouldn't be shocking. It'd just be like, man, that timing though, right? I'm not seeing anything. I'm assuming you're talking about it did go up in Canada and in a couple of I think there were like multiple regions where I know Canada was one of them. If companies increase the price of games, they shouldn't expect millions of sales. Well, we're going to find out. We're going to find out, dude. Xbox pretty much flipped on a dime. They were never the friendly / cuddly people. They were always ruthless, just showed their true face this week. Well, that's what I mean, bro. Like, the mask comes off. And it's like, how could you not see that they were wearing a mask this whole time, bro? And the biggest giveaway to me is just the fact that they're just like across the board fuck it, bro. Like, we don't care. We're not trying, like, and I do appreciate that. I do. I appreciate these companies not trying to sugarcoat it. Like, just give it to us straight, man. And then apparently Game Pass is next. And I'm like, I'm not going to sit here and be angry at a company like Microsoft for wanting to make their money. What I'm going to be angry at are the dumbasses on the internet for the past like 4 years who've been out here like desperately trying to convince everybody that like, no, Xbox is different, bro. Xbox cares about your bottom line. They care about your money. And it's like, dude, take the deal while you can get the deal and encourage others to do it. But stop trying to convince people that this is not a mega corporation that does not give a shit about you, or that does give a shit about you, I guess you could say. That to me has always been the most annoying thing. And it's why people, like when I saw people that were losing their minds over the PS5 Pro pricing, like, I get it, dude. $700 is a lot. And when you see that, you know, for an optional console, but still $700 for a console nonetheless, yeah, people are like, whoa, holy shit, what's going on here? I get it. People are going to look at that and be like, that's crazy. But what I saw were people, I mean, really trying to crush not only the product, but the people who were interested in it, where it's like, let's shame everybody who's even remotely interested in this product, even though it's an optional console and it's doing exactly what it said it was going to do. And Sony didn't pull any punches, bro. Sony's not out here trying to blow smoke up our asses. They just send out Mark Cerny. Mark Cerny's just like, here's what the console does. They just show you the image. It's like, do you see a difference? No, then don't fucking buy it. You do? You like it? Okay, then buy it. See, I appreciate that. There's something to appreciate about again, it's a corporation nonetheless, but just being, here you go, bro. We just want your money, and here's the products we're offering. Buy it if you want. We're not trying to pull the wool over your eyes. That has annoyed the hell out of me for so long with Microsoft, and why it was a beautiful thing to see people just immediately snap out of it and wake up and be like, oh, like I saw people having reactions like, oh, Microsoft's always got to mess it up. You had a good thing, Microsoft. You got to screw it up. You always got to step on the rake. Like, have you not been following these guys for the last decade or longer? This is nothing new. Not even remotely. This is literally what they've always done. But I actually have a greater appreciation for it now because, yes, it's nice to see Microsoft not holding back anymore and just simply coming out and letting people know, we fucking want your money. That's all we want from you. We want your money. Please give us your money. Thank you. It's nice. It's nice because it's like, we can all just move past it now. We can stop pretending that any one of these corporations or companies actually cares about us and doesn't see us as a dollar sign. So we can have, I would say, simpler but more concise conversations. Now, again, they have not announced the price increase for Game Pass. I think they will. But it's also, in the same breath, I'm saying I'm fully listen, all I want to do is give Sony temporary credit. All right? Credit that might expire for all I know in the next 2 weeks. We got Musashi once again saying the industry is in shit. Oh, hold on. I lost you, Musashi. In shitifying physical ownership to sell you their full digital streaming only platform. This is a slow burn process, and I'm never paying full for digital rental. They can delist at whim. Damn, Musashi's drawing the line in the sand, bro. Well, this is why I'm still trying to buy my games physically, man. Where I can. This is why I'm still going to advocate for that, because believe me when I tell you, that's the way all of these companies would want it. Not just Microsoft, Sony, even Nintendo, if they can get there technologically. They're a little bit behind. Well, they're getting there. They're just a couple steps behind. But yeah, they would love this idea of like, what if we just got money from you every month and you owned nothing and that's it? Wouldn't that be great? And it's like, of course that's what they want. And to be fair, you look at the way people interact with music and TV and music, and like the messages being sent that like, yeah, we're cool with that. So you can't like blame the companies for wanting to do that. It's just a matter of like, well, gaming has never really been that, and it's still not that. There's just a different expectation. And this is where I feel like there is that differentiating factor of like, no matter how accessible you make games, they require more from people. I really believe that. I think, yeah, there are people who don't put a lot into it, and there are those people who are like, I play, 5-10 minutes at a time and I keep jumping from game to game. But generally speaking, a game kind of asks, like, at the very least, a game asks you to learn how to play it in order to play it. And that automatically is a layer deeper than watching a movie or a TV show. You know what I mean? Like the TV show isn't asking you to take time to like figure out what's going on here and how to engage with it. You know what I mean? There's just different layers here of depth, and it's not to say one's better than the other. It's not about that. It's just simply to say that I think that this is one of the main reasons why these companies are having a harder time ushering in this digital only / cloud only / whatever future. I mean, it reminds me of Google with their cloud streaming. I forget, Stadia. I mean, I remember when I saw that, I'm like, are you guys stupid? You got to be stupid to think that this is going to work. And yeah, they were stupid, and it didn't work. Shocker. And it's just like anybody with just some level of understanding of how the games industry works and where it was at that time should know that, like, you can believe this is the future all you want. We're not in the future yet. And we're not going to be there in the next 4 years or 8 years probably, or even 12 years. It's going to take longer. Okay? Take a page out of Sony and Microsoft's book where cloud streaming is there and they put resource and energy into it, but it's supplemental and it's either in the backseat or in the third row. Wake up, But, they couldn't do that because they're like, well, no, we're Google. We could just do it now. It's like, okay, go ahead. And it died. It died immediately because it's just like, bro, it would be like the equivalent of a publisher like Sony or Nintendo coming out right now. Nintendo's kind of doing it in a way, but just being like, we're not doing any physical media at all anymore. And it's like, it's too soon. Like, we are getting there. It's too soon. You can't rip that Band-Aid yet. I don't want you to rip that Band-Aid, but I'm trying to be realistic in that at some point they will. B. Flesher, you're saying the reason why people aren't going too hard on Xbox right now is that they assume Sony will raise prices in the next month too. If they don't, though. Well, but that's the thing, though. Like, you can't ease up on one company because of an assumption of what a different company is going to do as well. You have to be either hard on both of them or cool with both. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I'm like, dude, I'm giving Sony the temporary credit, and that's only for one reason. And I want to make it clear. It's only because of Ghost of Yotei. That's it. I would not have this conversation, and maybe the conversation will change in the next week or two, but as far as we can tell, Ghost of Yotei represents Sony is not increasing the price of their games to $80 this year. That's what it represents. They could change that. It's their business. It's their brand. They can do whatever they want. They could announce tomorrow, actually, it's going to be $80, but it's still $70. And it seems like that's what they're sticking with. Could that change next year in 2026? Soros, Wolverine, $80? Yes. But I'm just saying, like, we have something in front of us that it's just like, I know what people want to do. It's like, you can't do it yet. And if you want to operate on assumption, you can do that. But you know what? Anytime I've operated on assumption, you know what happened to me? I get fucking crushed. It's not because my assumptions are always wrong, because actually, a lot of them weren't. Like my assumption that the next Doom game is probably going to be multi-platform come to PS5. Like my assumption that one day Microsoft's mask is going to fall and people are going to realize, oh, they just want my money too. Like my assumption that eventually Game Pass is probably going to go up in price because Microsoft's got to make money. But anytime I've had those assumptions, people were very quick to crush me for them. But now that people want to have assumptions about Sony, it's like, well, no, I mean, yeah, it's cool. We can have these assumptions, right? Like, okay, yeah, sure. I don't know, man. I don't know. Lux, come on, bro. There are some motherfuckers out there that think Microsoft don't want their money. They're out there. But I think, again, it's good to see that the playing field is being leveled, because it was always leveled. And it's just, people trying to convince others that, like, no, bro, like, they're up here and they're down here and they're on different wavelengths. It's like, no, they're not. No, they're not. They all want the same thing at the end of the day, man. And they're all eventually going to get to a point where they realize that, like, remember that little tangent I went on like a couple streams ago where I'm like, somebody at Microsoft is punching air. Somebody, maybe Phil, I don't know who. Somebody is. And that person who's punching air is the person that's like, bro, we gave you Game Pass for $1. $1. We bought multiple publishers. We've put games day one and we gave it to you for $1. Why are we not at 100 million subs? And somebody at Microsoft is absolutely punching air, because of course they should, because that's what they were banking on. They thought this is too big to fail. This is too good of a deal to fail. And no matter how much the internet or portions of the internet like wanted to rally around that deal, the Game Pass deal, and they still are. They still have a reason to. I'm not saying that there isn't value there. Of course there's value. But it's just the deal has changed a little bit. The deal is being altered, and it continues to be altered. And it's because, yes, Microsoft is punching air, because they're like, bro, if you guys don't get us to that 100 million at $1, at $10, we're going to have no choice but to start increasing the prices of shit, because we need to make money. We need to make money back. And we're not making enough money back. And the deal, and it's being altered, and that's the nature of it. And that's why it's just, it's hard for me to not be a little bit understanding of Microsoft, because it's like, yeah, dude, they tried every trick they had in the bag. They tried everything. And like I said, it wasn't working out for them. But ironically enough, them being a publisher is going to work out. Let's see. New Soul 9, you're saying, MBG, this is speculation. I could be wrong, but I believe Rockstar Games will be the one to introduce the $90 in 2026 as the standard, and the rest will follow suit. Oh, I hope not, dude. That's going to suck. I mean, don't get me wrong. Rockstar and GTA 6 could absolutely get away with selling their game for $90. But if we're looking at a situation where it's like every other publisher thinks that we can do that too, I mean, some maybe could get away with it, but you're talking about going from 80 to 90. You're talking about a $20 increase within like a year. 30 in an entire generation. That's nuts. That's not like I think publishers would do well to understand that they can do that. You can't do that. Rockstar can do that. You can't do that. Nobody else can do that. And then somebody might, some might say that's not fair. And it's like, yeah, but who said life is fair? I think, grown adult knows by this point that life is not always fair. But then again, Rockstar would have the, in all fairness, they would be able to come out here and say, is your game like our game? Do you think your game offers as much value as GTA 6 does? Which I assume for $90 would come with GTA Online 2. Good luck. Good luck with that one. I mean, you will have stubborn ass publishers that would be like, yeah, we could do that. It's like, but I don't think you're getting over your skis, bro. Boss. Vacate. Lux, you're saying, but digital is winning over physical. Look at the percentages. It is, and it's sad that it is. You think games should cost, you think the game cost should be compared to the value. Well, see, that's the hard thing to gauge, Lux, where it's like, I'm not the one who gets to determine that. As an individual consumer, I can, but collectively, how does the market decide that? I guess what I'm just trying to say is that the market will humble some of these publishers very rapidly. You will see GTA 6 come out. doing? No. You will see GTA 6 come out at $90 and it'll break records at $90. You'll see other publishers come out and be like, oh, our game's worth that too. And you'll see the market be like, no. No, thank you. No, thank you. And they'll learn really quick, like, oh, I guess our game isn't worth $90. The way you think the way I'm talking about a problem getting codes from Microsoft, well, if they want to give me codes, they can give me codes, man. I'm not, I think it's funny to me, like people think that there's some kind of like secret handshake where it's like, if we give you codes to our games, that means you got to talk positively about us. It's like, no, I'll talk positively where I feel like it's warranted, sure. By the way, Planet Slurping, yeah, no, none of my cats are declawed. They all have their claws, which can be annoying sometimes. But yeah, no, I don't believe in that for cats. No, no judgment. It's just I'm not going to declaw my cats. As you can see, oh my God, bro, he's knocking down my protein. I'm literally talking about how I didn't declaw Boss, and he uses his claws to pick up my protein and drop it. Bad cat. What do you want, some protein? Musashi, you're saying all 3 game major buys, massive NVIDIA-powered game streaming data centers. Even NVIDIA is enshittifying their GPUs to follow suit on the PC platform. PS5 protein. There you go. I'm curious to see what ends up happening with NVIDIA. I mean, I get mixed signals sometimes because I don't really follow NVIDIA that closely. It seems like one day everybody loves them, and then the next day, I don't know. The next day, it's like everybody hates them. I'm not sure. The YouTube metrics must say dunking on Xbox helped the numbers on the channel. I mean, it depends on your viewpoint of it. There are definitely people on my channel that okay, fine. Just a few. Little appetizer. I gave him like 3 treats because he's getting. There are definitely some people that if I were to just shit on Xbox relentlessly every day, all day, that would be totally on board with that. But it's not a matter of trying to placate, or anything. It's just a matter of like, dude, I can't continue to sit here and pretend that I'm not seeing some of the same fucking people who have gone absolutely, if not berserk, just running, sprinting, full on 28 days later level sprinting. Every opportunity they get at every little thing Sony does, or every big thing they do, everything. Honing in on that, capitalizing on that, making sure they can extract every ounce of value they can get out of that. I mean, just milking it dry. And then when fucking Microsoft goes nuclear, with game price increases on a level that Sony has never done, I see like a little whimper, like, oh yeah, oh man, that sucks. I'm upset. Damn it. And then they're just immediately moving on. And it's like, no, fuck that. I didn't think I was, like, why do I have to be the one? I shouldn't have to be the one. I shouldn't have to be the one that, like, wait, hold on a second, guys. People went nuts for a week straight. 2 weeks straight, actually, over the PS5 Pro price. An optional fucking console. An optional upgrade if you want it. And I'm already seeing some of the same people who were part of that already trying to move on. And it's just like, look, man, I'm not saying you got to make it a bigger deal than it has to be, but you can't do that shit. If we're looking down the barrel of every publisher is going to be on board with this, and this is how it's going to go, then we gotta all be on the same level playing field here. That's why I'm saying I'm willing to sit here and I'm not going to blow smoke up PlayStation players' asses and say, don't worry, guys, Sony ain't like Microsoft or Nintendo. They are not going to charge you $80 for games. I'm going to look you right in the eye and say they probably are. But what I will also say is that right now, Ghost of Yotei is still $70. You can't say that about Microsoft's holiday games coming in or the second half of this year, the games that are, can't say that about their games, can't say that about Mario Kart World. Not yet. And it's a matter of twisting like, oh, well, now we're going to weaponize that against you because once that does happen, well, now you look like the fool. It's like, how am I going to be the one that looks like the fool when I'm sitting here telling you that that's probably going to happen? People are always so okay using shit, when weaponizing shit in the moment, and then when the moment passes and something changes, then they have every fucking excuse in the book. It's annoying. It's annoying. And people see it. People see it all the time. But yet there's too many people that are just so on board with it, they don't care. It's right in front of your face. Nobody's hiding it anymore. But we just say, okay, that's fine. And at the end of the day, it will be. It will be. Beast Mode, thank you for the membership gift, man. You're right. They did. They absolutely did. And you know what? I saw all the same people. Sony's increasing the price of PlayStation Plus in places where I don't even live. And it has no effect on me whatsoever. But I'm going to make the biggest fucking spectacle of this. Oh, you better believe. I'm going to slap the shit out of everybody with this news. They'll talk about it for fucking 4 days straight. And again, it probably doesn't even affect them. It's crazy. Well, it's not crazy. It's just, I know exactly what it is. It's disingenuous. It's disingenuous. It's manipulative. And I just wish more people would wake up and realize that. Because at the end of the day, I assure you, Microsoft, they want you. If you were willing, they would take every dollar you have to your name. Okay? Like, they would do that. So would Sony. So would Nintendo. You want me to believe that the same people out here that are supposed to be so anti-corpo, right? So anti-corpo. They will rant and rave and tweet away and say everything they got to say about Nintendo, about Sony, and on rare occasion about Microsoft. But generally speaking, Microsoft's not part of that because the value of Gamepass. And it's like, hold on to that. Hold on to that. Because those same people want to sit here with the assumptions that, well, don't get too comfortable with Sony charging $70 for Ghost of Yotei because they're clearly going to gouge your wallet too. Of course they're going to raise the price. Of course they're going to go after every dollar they can. But you don't have that same assumption towards Microsoft with Game Pass after what they just did? And you're the person I'm supposed to listen to? No thanks. And hopefully people, again, wake up to that. No thank you. But I don't know. Things are weird these days. Things are weird these days, man. And no matter how much I try to like point out, like, this is weird. This is strange behavior. It's like I'm seeing more people just like gravitate towards it and be like, but I want to be part of it. It's like, but why? It's going to blow up in your face at some point. Why would you want to be part of something like that? Notice how a lot of the same people that you see across the internet that like to grab on anything they can to weaponize, to beat people with over the head, to justify their behavior and their antics and the way they want to speak, the way they want to present themselves, the way they want to tweet at people and whatnot. Notice how a lot of those same people, if not 99% of them, notice how they are not seeking out PlayStation people or players or even Nintendo. I mean, I don't know how many Nintendo players are saying this, but like, bro, we're out here, a lot of us, talking about how, you know what? Yeah, Claire Obscure Expedition 33, Game of the Year, secured by Microsoft for Game Pass. That's fucking huge. And that's awesome. And if you're somebody who was subscribed to Game Pass and you stumbled across this game and you're like, holy shit, bro, this game wasn't even on my radar, and I just got a nice big taste of it for free, right? Yeah, that's a Microsoft W right there. And I still see so many people, rather than focused on that, they're focused on, but look at what this guy said on Twitter. Look at what that pony said on Twitter. Look at what this dude said in his whatever. Because it's like, is it not obvious that this is what they do? This is all they care about. They're no different than the corporations. They want to prey on people who are stupid enough to believe that corporations are your friend, because they know, well, if you're dumb enough to believe that a corporation's your friend, maybe you can believe I'm your friend too. That's what they do. That's what these people do. And they are raking it in. Microsoft driving MBG over the edge. I'm losing it, bro. But it's just like, what is it going to take for people to really wake up and realize, like, you're viewed, you are seen as nothing more than a dollar sign, not only by the corporations, but by the people who are trying so hard to convince you that they're against the corporations. All they're doing is saying, don't give your money to them, give it to me, baby. Give it to me. That's what they're doing. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm not in some way also a part of it, because here I am on YouTube. I'm well aware. We're all aware. I just don't appreciate the people who continue to wear the mask and try to like, you guys you don't see it slipping, right? Right? No? We're all in agreement? Yeah? Okay. Because the only alternative for the people who are that supportive for something that's that obviously fake, the only alternative is for them to wake up and admit, I think I was lied to. I think I think I was lied to. And you know what that does? That makes people feel stupid. So let me ask you, basic human psychology, what's easier for a person to do? Become cognitively dissonant and convince themselves that, no, that couldn't be a possibility? Or to look in the mirror and say, I think I was lied to because I was being pretty stupid. I was stupid enough to believe a liar. You're saying, and yet you're accepting the free codes to their games while simultaneously disagreeing with their business practices. Well, because I'm experimenting. Okay? Like, people have told me, they're like, bro, go get your shit. Right? And I've told you guys, like, if I wanted to, I could have pursued getting codes for years. And one of the biggest reasons I didn't want to is because I don't want to create unnecessary pressure where it doesn't have to exist, because that's not how I've ever engaged with video games. And I've been totally honest, transparent, and upfront with everybody about all of it. I didn't ask Microsoft to come to me and offer me codes. They came to me, which is a shocker, because I'm like, bro, do you not hear what I've said about your company? Just like if Sony were to offer me a code, I'd be shocked, because I'm like, you guys definitely missed my Concord streams then, right? Because it's like, it reveals itself where it's like, dude, there's no feelings in any of this. There's no emotion in any of this. It's just a fucking, it's not even a game. It's a business. And I'm like, you know what? Okay, let's experiment. Let's try it out. And I'm glad I did. I got to play Claire Obscure, which was really nice. But it's just becoming very clear to me that, like, dude, this is, yeah, man, there's just no denying. There's no matter what anybody tells you, there's no denying, if you are playing a video game before anybody else is to review it, it changes everything. It's not the same. And if anybody tries to tell you it's the same, they are lying. Maybe even to themselves. It's not the same. I'm not saying it positively or negatively influences you. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it changes the natural, organic state of, I am just a consumer. I have no access to anything. I take my own money, I buy the video game, and I play the video game, and there's nothing else that exists beyond that. There is a difference. And I am learning that. I'm experiencing that firsthand. I'm not going to condemn myself for trying to expand my horizons and try different shit. Again, especially when people were encouraging me to do so. And who knows where it'll go. But it's just, we are seeing a dividing line that's being presented to us by the corporations. The corporations are coming out and they're saying, we can't continue to hide this anymore. Guys, like we need to grow. We need to survive. We need to survive on Wall Street. We got to do all this shit. We got to start increasing prices. We got to start letting you know we want more money from you. Because we're a business. And we're going to have no choice but to turn to the people who are saying, I'm getting priced out, and say, well, these are the alternatives we have. And if that's still too expensive, we're sorry, but we can't do anything for you. And you're going to have to go somewhere else. They're going to have no choice but to start turning people away and pricing people out. And think about how you present that from a marketing perspective. There is no marketing your way around that. There's just, how do we mitigate the damage that this brutal truth that we are a business at the end of the day. Just like I tell you guys, I flat out tell you, and it's because it's not a lie. I can do what I do here because of you, literally. Not just the people who are watching, because of course, without the viewership, there isn't anything, but the people who take their own hard-earned money and are like, I want to donate some to you so you can keep doing this. So we can keep tuning in. Gaming Leaks COD 2025 may be locking modes behind battle passes. Oh, fuck me, dude. What? Whoa, hold on. There's no way. Did somebody put that leak out on purpose? Activision is considering locking certain game modes behind Battle Pass for Call of Duty 2025. This is from Ghost of Hope exclusive. Activision Treyarch are currently planning to make changes to the Battle Pass with the release of Black Ops 7. Black Ops 7 will reportedly have more seasonal LTMs, and some of them would be considered higher value, with unique rewards and different game mechanics / modes, but the only way to play the LTMs will be to have the Battle Pass, unlike how it's currently free for everybody. They are planning on taking the higher tier skins, loot, and crossover operators for LTMs and making them only accessible to Battle Pass owners instead of having the, quote, premium event track we currently get during reloaded updates. Bro, I'm not even a Call of Duty hater. Microsoft getting PlayStation ideas for their games. I'm not even a Call of Duty hater. You guys know I am not a Call of Duty hater. What? I don't even have words, bro. Like, MacTube, I got to ask you, were you here for today's intro music? Because I actually did change it today. I'm going to make sure I didn't miss any super chats. I'm sorry, I'm ranting so hard. MBG is crashing out, bro. He's just telling it like it is, but we just call it crashing out. Agreed to a whole new level. I can't wait to hear I can't wait to see all the videos made about this. No, we shouldn't make a video about this or talk about this because instead we can just talk about how eventually Sony's going to increase their prices too. You got to stop buying Call of Duty. Dude, I'm telling you, bro, listen to me. I promise you. I'm a sucker for Black Ops, bro. Specifically, I've told you guys. Like, when it comes to the Call of Duty Black Ops games, I am a sucker. I've always been a sucker because they're my favorite Call of Duty games. There's been a lot of bullshit. A lot of bullshit with Black Ops 6. If they go through with this, I'm out. I'm out. Like, I'm serious. I will replace Call of Duty with something. EA, bring me Skate 4. There we go. You lost me to Skate 4. I don't know. I don't know what I'll move to, but I will be done because it's like, bro, that is crossing the line. I know people talk about like the the crazy skins in Call of Duty, and how they're doing like these so they have a battle pass and then they have a micro battle pass, both premium offerings. A battle pass premium offering, a micro battle pass premium offering that's offered in between that battle pass. Now they're just flat out saying, we're just going to paywall game modes. That's what they're considering. If they do that, you are crossing the line. And I fully expect to see people have the same level of backlash towards that move from Activision as what we saw with the bullshit that EA tried to pull with Battlefront 2. Because this is even worse, in my opinion. Or if not worse, it's on the exact same level. You will break your Xbox. Well, I'm not saying you should do that. I don't think that'll get the message across. I'll go play Battlefield 6. There you go. I said Skate, completely forgetting there's a Battlefield coming. I am excited for Skate 4, though. But that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy, dude. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't paywall game modes. And you know what? That's scary, dude. Like, the reason why that's scary is because if people end up just saying okay to that, like, that will 100% become an industry standard. And that's where it's like, bro, we gotta, at some point, there has to be some line, right? We pushed back enough with, and this is coming from somebody who's usually a doomer, and like, I don't, there's no point. They're gonna win anyway. But no, this is one of those things where it's like, dude, I'm telling you, if they know this is bad. They know if they try to do this, they're crossing a line. They know that. They're not stupid. They're going to try to do it and see if they can get away with it. And I feel like that's where it's like, well, we got to. Marathon tomorrow is going to announce that weapons are behind Battle Pass. Well, see, that's the thing, though. Like, Marathon would get shredded immediately. But it's Call of Duty. Call of Duty's a juggernaut, bro. And I hate to say this, and this is where a bit of my doomer is coming through. I think they might actually get away. If they try to do it, they might actually get away with it. Because the Call of Duty audience, man, and I say this as somebody who's part of it, but again, like, I see what's happened to it, and I'm like, I don't know. Like, if this isn't the straw that breaks the camel's back, then the camel's back will never break. That's I think what this basically represents. This is going to be an inflection point. Yeah, Juggernaut. Oh, yeah. All right. Eric from 850, I'm sorry to keep you waiting with the super chat, buddy. You're saying, do you see the possibility of Microsoft forcing Xbox to stop day one editions in the Game Pass? Seems to me their success struggles could be ended if they just sold all their games full price now. No, I don't think they're going to do that, Eric. It would solve a lot of their problems in the sense of, like, if the only revenue from their games was just from full price sales, especially at $80, like, yeah, that, they're making a good chunk of revenue through Game Pass subscriptions, but they're struggling to get that. There's no way. There's no way. What are you doing? Don't bite that. Don't bite that. He's looking at me like, what do I do? What do I do? You're biting my mic. You're biting my headphone mic. Stop. Not to put you on blast, MBG, but weren't you praising Black Ops 6 when it came out? Well, see, that's the thing, man. That's the rug pull that they pull this shit. This is why I haven't played Call of Duty as consistently throughout the years, not nearly as consistently as I used to, because they pull the rug out from under you, man. They have a good immediate initial offering, and as each month goes by, they just start to sprinkle in a little bit more bullshit here and there, and before you know it, 6 months in, it's like, what the hell happened to this game? What did you guys do? And it's a shell of what it was at launch, which is ironic because it's like there's more content than ever. But it's like, bro, in Black Ops 6 right now, they're doing Blaze Town. Blaze Town. They have a battle pass that's focused on weed, bro. And they want you to pay for it. And I'm just like, you look at that and then go look at the marketing that was there at the launch for Black Ops 6. It's like, what the fuck happened? What happened? It's nuts. It's nuts. And it's just like, it's not a good feeling. It's not. Be strong this year, MBG. Try Battlefield 6. Well, the good news is I've always been a Battlefield fan. They did lose me, though, with the most recent entry. And I wasn't too keen on Battlefield 5, but I've been playing Battlefield since Bad Company 1. And I even played a little bit of Battlefield 2 back in the day. But Bad Company 1 really won me over. And from that point forward, I was like full Battlefield fan. I put thousands of hours, truly thousands of hours probably over the years. And I saw the leaked gameplay for Battlefield 6. And I'm like, okay, I think we might be back. No one cares, yet are claiming Xbox is struggling with success. Well, dude, the thing is, Xbox isn't struggling, man. The most likely outcome is they do that and they have record profits for Call of Duty. It can't be like this, bro. Why? Why is that so true, though? Why is that so true? I mean, goddamn, it's so shitty to think, but yeah, I don't know. That's concerning. It's not that Xbox is struggling, dude. It's that Xbox, listen, you either pay your dues or you just pay in business. And I think Microsoft, they paid some of their dues. They have some dues that they paid, but then they were like, you know what? Now we're just going to pay. And that's what they did. And it will always come back down. I know people don't want to, they think I'm trying to like hang on to something. It's not about hanging on to something. It's about just, understanding what really went down and why things are unfolding the way they are. Everything changed the day Microsoft announced they were buying ABK. Everything. Not even Bethesda. Bethesda, they were still thinking maybe we can afford to pay this off by remaining with, sticking with exclusivity and selling consoles. Hence what they did with Starfield. Everything changed with ABK. And when they made the decision that we're going to go for a play here and we're going to buy them, everything changed because that was their way out. They knew that no matter what happens, if the console dies, if Game Pass fucking dies, if everything we're doing here dies, it's okay because we own Bethesda, we own ABK, and we have our own studios. Nobody can touch us. We will have literally some of the most valuable, well-known, established IP across all of media, not even just the games industry. They knew that. And they knew, more importantly, that if all else fails, we fall on that. And that's not even them falling. That's going to drive probably record profits at the end of the day. They were only able to do that because they paid for it. Sony, I told you guys this, like Sony couldn't pay for that shit, neither could Nintendo. Microsoft knew that and they leveraged it. And that's why when I say in the title Xbox just buried the Xbox, notice how I'm not just saying Xbox. I'm saying the Xbox. As in the console. Them announcing a $600 Series X, a $400 Series S, that they buried it. It's over. And they know it. They don't even care. They're not even trying to hide it. I see people saying, like, nobody's going to buy an Xbox now, and Microsoft's laughing. Microsoft's laughing at that, dude. Sony's not. Sony's probably laughing a little bit, too. They're like, yeah, this is good for us. But I forgot to update my member goal, by the way. Hold on. We are actually at 11 members. Sorry, I had it stuck there at 5 the whole time. Fred, what's going on, man? If Rockstar only charges $70 for GTA 6, it's going to look even worse for Xbox. Yeah. Keynesy7, you're saying, why all the blank sucking for GTA? Tried playing during the PS2 era, boring AF. Saw people playing 5, boring AF. Dude, not everyone is hyped for that crap. I don't know. All right, I'm going to try to like level with people here where I got this long comment on my last stream where they were basically explaining like why Red Dead Redemption 2 is not that great. And here's what I'll tell you. At the end of the day, you can find fault with any game. and this isn't exclusive to games, but like it is truly subjective at the end of the day, man. Like every game that you think is the best game ever, there are people out there who think it's overrated. So it's like, is it overrated or not? And I know we try to come to the conclusion of like general consensus, but yeah, dude, like that comment of that guy left basically saying, well, here's why Red Dead Redemption 2 is basically pretty overrated and not that great. Quite a few people agree with him. I'm like, interesting. There are people who think God of War 2018 is overrated. There are people who think, you know, Bloodborne's overrated. And I just think that, yeah, maybe there is too much glazing going on across the board sometimes, you know? Maybe just generally speaking, we got to like tone it down just a little bit. Microsoft is struggling. Why do you think they gave PlayStation their games? Because Game Pass isn't working. Neither is there. Well, all right. I'm not saying there isn't any level of struggle that Xbox could be experiencing. I'm just saying that they're in this for the long haul, dude. You know? Microsoft is planning to take over the industry, and they're well on their way. Like, here's something that happened recently. Satya Nadella told shareholders, he's like, we have, like, I think he said something like, we have the most pre-ordered games or top played games right now on PlayStation. Like, bragging about how good they're doing on PlayStation. And it's like, the only people that really, I think, would see that as a major win, they're basically like, there are three groups of people that would see that as a major win. Microsoft shareholders, Microsoft themselves, and PlayStation players. And there's only one loser there, unfortunately. And that is if you were the ones who like really invested in this brand thinking that, you know, we were going to not do this. Sorry. Basically, if you bought a Series X or S at the beginning of this generation, I think you're the one that you're saying no one. Well, I mean, I don't want to say definitively you're a loser if you bought a Series X or S. You're not a loser. It's just the question has to be asked. Would you have bought that console in 2020 or 2021 or even 2022 if Microsoft told you, bro, we're going to be putting our games on PlayStation starting in 2024? That's what I'm saying. That's like right now, if Sony said we're putting our games day one, all of our games, day one on PC and all of our games on Switch 2, day one. You're telling me I wouldn't be getting people walking through constantly saying, oh, you made a big mistake if you bought a PlayStation. You fucked up if you bought a PS5. That's all you'd hear. That's all you would see people saying. That's all you would see. Now, granted, that is true. Millions of people still would say yes. Would you still buy this Xbox if we put our games on PlayStation? There would still be potentially maybe not a lot of, not tens of millions, but millions of people who would still buy it. Just like with PlayStation, if PlayStation went scorched earth and said, screw it, we're putting everything everywhere, you'd still have probably tens of millions of people buying PlayStation. But this, again, it all comes back down to the same thing. It all comes back down to the nonsensical discussions that persist. They persist like a cancer on social media and on the internet. If we were to deal in just the raw realities of things, almost, I mean, you could make an argument that everything would become boring when it comes to the conversations. And there's some truth to that. You got to stop listening to people's views on the console war. It's never going to end. You're just wasting your time. Well, there is no more console war, dude. The console war genuinely is over, right? Microsoft waved the white flag, but in doing so, they're probably going to make more money than they ever have. They had to spend more money than they ever have, but now they're going to make more money than they ever have. And I just want it to be known, dude, that like my problem is not really with Microsoft anymore, dude. It like here's how the conversation transformed. You go back, you listen to what I was saying, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. My problem was with Xbox. And what did it stem from? See, this is the shit that I see so many people. They're like, oh, you used to be an Xbox fanboy, bro. You used to be an Xbox fanboy. You grifted to PlayStation. Like, no. No. Say the whole thing. Say what it really was. I tried to stick around with Xbox, with their games, and realized these games are not very good. They're actually incredibly mediocre. Meanwhile, PlayStation is releasing the type of games I've been begging for. I've been dreaming of Xbox one day making a game like this, and Sony's dropping them left, right, up, down, center. I went to PlayStation because of the games that they were offering, and I criticized Microsoft for the games that they were offering. And yet people try to sit here and twist that shit into, no, it's just a grift. It's just a grift. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. It's a grift to listen to what people are telling me, like, hey man, the type of games you're kind of waiting on for Microsoft, you should try The Last of Us. You should try God of War 2018. You should try Bloodborne. Me being hesitant, being like, I don't know, man. I don't really play on PlayStation anymore. I don't know. I think maybe what people are saying, I was that person. I'm like, those games are probably overrated. There's no way they're that good. I go play them, and it's like, oh, okay, I was wrong. We got JD Gamer saying, MBG, are you going to acknowledge that PlayStation has already raised the price of the PS5 in all of their markets other than the US and Microsoft is winning in the numbers? I need to know what you mean when you say Microsoft is winning in the numbers. And yes, we did acknowledge that, JD Gamer. Absolutely. See, this is what I'm saying. You want me to acknowledge it a third, fourth, or fifth time, which I have no problem doing. If you ask me to, if you want me to, sure. But that's the thing. Who was here when Sony increased the price of the PS5 multiple times this generation? Who was here bitching about it? Who was here saying, dude, this fucking sucks? Who was here saying the last time Sony increased the price of the PS5, they should eat the cost? Billion-dollar corporation making the consumer eat the cost. Sony, you eat the cost. Who was saying that? I was. Do you see people making videos on it? Do you see people clipping that? Oh no, you won't see that shit. But believe me, the streams are there, bro. Chill out. I'm about to have the biggest crash out you ever seen on this channel. I'm getting the energy out, man. I'm hopped up on caffeine today, but that's the truth, man. You don't remember me getting this angry over it, dude? I will admit, I don't think I've ever gotten that angry. Notice, go watch my last stream. Go watch my last stream where I talked about the Xbox price increases. Tell me how angry I got. Notice how I'm not angry at Microsoft. I'm not angry at Sony right now because I have accepted, like, this is business. This is going to happen. And I tried to level with everybody and make it clear that, like, we can push back. There's a lot of things that we're going to try to push back on. It's probably going to fail. The next best thing to do, hold on to your money. Don't give him your money. Say, that's okay, I'll pass. Put your money elsewhere where you think it's worth it. It's a better deal, better value. I'm just saying, man, I was never the only time I admitted that I was like, okay, really, with like price increases was at the very beginning of the generation when Sony was like, we're going to do $70 for our games and $10 upgrades. I was like, okay. And you could go see it. All that content's there. It's still there. I didn't hide from that because I wasn't going to bullshit people and pretend like, oh, fucking God, I'm not paying $70 for Horizon Forbidden West. No. Or Demon Souls. Like, no, dude, I'm there. Hell yeah, I'm there. I'm not even going to front and pretend. But when I saw Sony increase the price of the PlayStation console, you know, where it's like, why can't you guys just eat the cost on this? You're making more than enough money. And I bitch and complain about it. And you know, that's the thing. It's like, I wasn't necessarily, the things I get angry over at these corporations for is incompetence, not business. I mean, there is business incompetence, and that's a whole nother category that we've covered. But what I'm trying to say is, as much as I want to be angry at Microsoft and Sony for increasing prices, it's like, I get it. I don't like it, and it's fucking annoying, but I get it. You just want more money. You want more, you want better profit margins, and you're going to do what you got to do to get it. That's not me advocating for it. But you know what does make me mad? When I find out that Blue Point's game for the last 5 years what was fucking a live service God of War game, and then it just got canceled. Now that makes me mad, because that's a level of incompetence that's like, you could make an argument. You could make an argument that the business decisions that these companies are making are actually logical because reason X, Y, Z, right? You look at it and you're like, okay, well, it adds up. You look at something like Blue Point Games doing a live service God of War game and then it abruptly getting canceled 5 years later or 4 years later. There's no logic there. That's pure incompetence. Same thing with Concord. I'm just done. I'm done allowing certain Xbox players or fans or people who lean on that side to gaslight me into thinking that I'm unfair towards Microsoft. Or I'm too fair, right? Like I give Sony too much credit, or I let them get away with too much. I'm done allowing that gaslighting, because that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Let me see here. We have Chris Brown saying Xbox in 2020 had back compat, quick resume, Game Pass, auto HDR, and FPS boost. Why make it seem like it had nothing? Microsoft failed in support years later. And that's correct, Chris. That you're dropping facts, bro. And I'm not going to sit here and say that's not true. But let me ask you this. What was Microsoft's launch lineup for the Xbox Series X? Because everything you just stated, I think, is quite nice. Backwards compatibility, that's a big win. Quick resume was very cool. And yeah, Game Pass, obviously that's huge for people. Auto HDR, FPS boost, these are all nice things. What launch games did Microsoft have? What new launch games did they have for the first 3 months of the console, the first 6 months of the console, the first year? And I'm only saying this because it's like, I remember losing my shit on Microsoft at that time, being like, you gotta be shitting me. Like, there's just no way you guys actually launched a console with no games. I mean, like, no launch lineup. And I look at the launch lineup of Sony and I'm like, bro, Sony's got like 4 new games or more. Day one, with more to come. You know? And I funnily enough, most people agreed with me because it made sense. Like, yes, it doesn't make much sense to, and I understand that people who bought the Series X at that time and people who were excited for it, they felt like attacked or whatever. And it's like, no, dude, that's the thing. I never really attacked Xbox players. And there's this like great misconception that I have. What I've done is ask questions such as, why would you buy this console with no launch lineup? And that that immediately sparks there's massive combustion at that point, because everybody interprets that as how they want. Rather than interpreting it as a question, they interpret it as, I just told you you're stupid for buying a Series X at launch. And that's why I'm saying, like, dude, I do feel confident at this point in saying that if you bought a Series X or an S at launch, you shouldn't feel bad for feeling like you were kind of duped, because Microsoft did not deliver what they promised. But then again, I think people knew that as soon as something like Halo Infinite launched. Like, but yeah, Chris, like, I'm not here to tell you that the Series X, like I even said it a little while ago, the Series X is a competent, well-made console, in my opinion. I say this to somebody who doesn't even use one. It seems like a good console. I know people that use it, and they like it. And I don't turn to them and be like, what are you stupid? No, like, it's like, I get it. But this is, I want to make it clear, what I said earlier, I'm not really mad at Microsoft anymore, because I'm not. Back in 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, like, bro, I was more focused on looking at Microsoft and being like, where the fuck are your launch games, dude? Why does Halo Infinite look like that? That's what it was about. That's what it was about. And so there were real reasons to be frustrated and angry at, even if you're not a fan, but somebody who's encouraging competition, to look at what Microsoft was doing and be like, what are you guys doing? And that has transformed over the last 4 years. And here's what's changed. Microsoft said, you know what? We're sorry. We don't really know what we're doing. Actually, it wasn't Microsoft that said that. It was Microsoft, the board, Big Daddy Microsoft came in and was like, Phil, Matt Booty, Aaron Greenberg, all you guys, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? I mean, like, really, what are you doing? And they didn't have any answers. I don't know why Halo turned out the way it did. I don't know why we're getting crushed the way we are. And so Microsoft said, okay, well, we're going to solve this problem now. All right? We're not going to listen to what the internet has to say. We're not going to listen to what players have to say. We're just going to do what needs to be done. They want games. We're going to get them games. We're going to spend $75 billion getting games. Okay? That's what we're going to do. And that's what they did. And now Microsoft can come out, present to you Doom the Dark Ages, and say, there's your game. You guys want games? We got games. You got Doom the Dark Ages. You got Forza for PS5. You got South of Midnight if you want that. We got games. We got Call of Duty. Can't argue with it. And they knew what they were buying. They knew that there's no arguing. And for that, I am aware enough to understand, like, all right, Microsoft, you're sly. I see what you did there. I see what you did. You're right. There's no more. I can't turn to Microsoft and say, where are your games? Why are the only games that you release 1 or 2 or 3 a year and they're all mediocre? That's over. They got the get out of jail free card. They paid for it, but they got it. And I can't even say anything about the console anymore, because they that's another thing. They're like, oh, you're worried about the console. Don't worry. That's over too. You want it? Go buy it. Well, I don't see any reason to buy it. Then don't buy it. You want our games? Go buy those. You don't want to buy them? Go subscribe to Gamepass. So Microsoft came in, they put on the gloves, and they went to work. And they did exactly what they needed to do to shut everybody up. And I realize, and that's where I kind of realize, you know what? Yeah, I can't bitch at Microsoft. I can't be angry at Microsoft anymore, because they did it in a way that I wasn't necessarily advocating for. And I thought, Microsoft, when I said you should have better games, I didn't quite mean buying games that I was already going to get anyway and then saying they're yours. I didn't mean that. But you did it. And, it looks like you're cleaning up a little bit with Gears of War E-Day. I still am looking at Fable being like, I don't know how confident I am in it, but it's like I'm rooting for it. Maybe. And so I'm making them sound like Giga Chads. You're making me want to buy an Xbox now. Well, that's the whole thing, is like, Microsoft came in and flexed on the entire industry because they got so pissed off. That's just what happened. They're like, okay, we weren't involved. The people who are in charge are making us look like jackasses. It's been that way for the past, friggin' 12 years or whatever. So we're done. no more fucking around. We're going to flex on everybody. And we're going to strike a pose that nobody else can. And that's exactly what they did. And so my anger or my frustration has shifted where it's like, I accepted that, you know, Microsoft is handling it. They handled this in a way that it's not how I wanted to see it go down. What I wanted to see go down was like Hellblade 2, a small studio that they bought, be built up to basically be like the Naughty Dog of Microsoft, and you know, Fable still hasn't come out yet, but Fable being like, check out this like really high quality, like that basically Fable's going to compete with Horizon now or something. I thought that's what we were going to see, and instead they were just like, we'll do some of that, but not as good. Instead, what Microsoft did was they said, we can't make games like The Last of Us 2, but we can buy publishers. And that's what we're going to do. So they answered the question, dude. Like, Microsoft, where are the games? Why don't you have good games? And they're like, we have games and they're good. It's like, but I was going to get that game anyway. It's like, but is what we just said untrue? And there you go. It's like, all right. So the only thing left to do is to walk away. Either accept like, okay, well, I guess a lot of the games that I was going to play from Bethesda or Activision, not that there's like that many, but for whatever games I was going to, now they have the Xbox logo on them, and that's what Microsoft paid for. So at the end of the day, they're going to get the credit for it. I think everybody kind of sees like there's something about that that's like, well, I don't know who was asking for that. You know what I mean? Like, maybe after Game Pass started to grow a little bit, maybe people are like, oh, I would love to have these games day one in Game Pass. So Microsoft buys them and makes that possible for me. But I'm talking about like, you know, again, maybe I'm just living in the past, but I'm thinking about the E3 2015, 2016 days when Sony's coming out being like, here's some Bloodborne, here's some Spider-Man, here's some God of War, here's some Horizon, here's some Ghost of Tsushima, here's some Last of Us Part 2. And you're looking at Microsoft's E3 showings, you're like, here's some Recore, bro. Here's some Recore and some Quantum Break. And we're all just like, bro, come on, like, get on it. Get on it. Like, come on, look at what they're doing. Microsoft, step it the fuck up, man. We know you can do it. And maybe that's the whole problem is I thought they could do something that they just simply couldn't. You know, they admitted as much. So I guess what I'm just trying to say is like, I can't remain angry at a corporation who runs a brand where they just accepted that like, what you're asking us to do, we are incapable of doing. And we now have to rely on our egregious amount of money to facilitate the type of survival and overall success that we would like to have in the games industry. And that may not be what you asked for, but that's what we're doing. And you know, we hope you partake to some degree. So this brings me to the whole point of what I'm trying to say here, is it brings me to the real problem. The real problem are, at this point in time, the people who want to continue to have the conversation like it's 2015, 2016, 2017, and Microsoft got their shit together. And that's not what it is. That's not what happened. But they want to still frame it that way. But then they want to gaslight you by being like, well, why are you console warring, bro? Why console warring? Like, hold on, let me get this straight. You want me to give Microsoft the same type of credit that people gave Sony back in 2015, 16, 17, that entire generation, after getting their shit together, getting good and making some good fucking games with their own studios without going and going on a nearly $80 billion spending spree. You want me to give them the same credit and say it's the same thing? So it can fuel not Microsoft's ego, because Microsoft doesn't give a shit. Again, you're talking about a multi-trillion-dollar company, but so it can fuel your need to continue that cycle of content to convince people that it's not that way. It's not what it looks like. It's actually good. Again, those people are the problem at this point, not Microsoft. And this is why I love to see Microsoft ripping the fucking Band-Aid off and saying, $80 games, $730 Series X. We don't give a shit. I love to see it because it shows those people, it shows everybody that those people have been the problem this entire time. We're like, so let me get this straight. Microsoft is now conveying the same message that both Sony and Nintendo were conveying this entire time, which is, we would like your money now, please. We're not your friends. Here's what we're offering. Please buy it. Respectfully, stop saying I'm not angry at Xbox, then proceed to crap on them. I'm not crapping on Xbox, dude. See, there is no ego here. There is no emotion outside of the people having the conversations. That's why I'm here having this conversation, because it's like, dude, I'm tired of seeing it. I am. And I know I'm going to continue to see it. It's not going to go anywhere, but it's just like, I'm tired of seeing people pretend that things between Sony and Microsoft are so vastly different when they're not at this point. Yeah, you as a PlayStation player can say, well, you know, Microsoft isn't making any game like The Last of Us. You know, they haven't made something like God of War 2018 or God of War Ragnarok. And that's true. And I still don't see anything like that. But you know, you can't say they don't have any games that are worth playing. Can't say that anymore. And let me ask you, how do you, if you're Microsoft, is that a win or is that a loss? People need to realize that Microsoft said, you know what, Sony? You keep making your God of Wars and you keep making your Last of Us's and you keep doing that. We're going to just buy all this shit over here, put the Xbox logo on it, and then people are going to realize that we have games. They have no choice but to accept that we have games now. And, you know, I'm not saying you have to, I'm not saying you as the consumer or as a fan or as an enthusiast that you have to look at that and say, goddamn, now that's a 4D chess move. Goddamn, Microsoft, you really are the best. Like, no, that's just nonsensical. Nobody should be doing that. But yet that's what so many out there are doing. And that's why it's just such a beautiful thing to see the wake-up call, the cage being rattled so aggressively where it's like, wake up, motherfuckers, like, time for $80 games from Microsoft. Like, they turn around being like, why is Sony rattling my cage? It's Satya Nadella. They're like, Hiroki Totoki, what are you doing over there? They turn around, it's Satya Nadella, bro. Satya Nadella's rattling the cage because Sony and Nintendo were rattling the cages from the start. I don't know. And yet you're going to be on here in a few days reviewing the Xbox game Doom. Yeah, well, you know what? Here's the thing. And I think it goes without saying, but I'm going to have to say it now anyway. id Software was making Doom games before Microsoft purchased them. And people thought, you know, hey, these Doom games are pretty good. Right? They're like, id Software, good shit, bro. Under Bethesda, hey, Bethesda, keep up the good work. You know, it's fine. I understand. Like, yes, Microsoft, if I'm not giving any opinions on Doom, I'm not allowed to. All I will say is that when the Metacritic score comes out for Doom and it's high up there, if it is high up there and it's like a Game of the Year contender, yeah, Xbox fans will be able to say Xbox has a Game of the Year contender. I see people doing that for Clair Obscur because it's in Gamepass, dude. And that's fine. I'm not here to I'm not here to try to make people feel bad about their excitement for shit. I'm just here to tell that really obnoxious individual, whoever it may be, that's screeching, that's yelling, that's acting like a fucking maniac, whether it be on Twitter, whether it be on YouTube, whether it be anywhere, trying to make it sound like What one company is doing is so, and this goes for PlayStation players too. It's not exclusive to Xbox players. What one company is doing is so fucking mind-bendingly insane and amazing, and that what the other company is doing is like, what is that? What is that disgusting piece of shit you're showing me? Because that's just not what it is anymore. And that's what people need to wake up and realize. And if anything, the only thing I've been advocating for this entire time is, can we just cut the bullshit? And I've learned that in attempting to do that, there are many, many, many people who, surprise, surprise, exist on the internet that are like, no, we can't cut the bullshit. No, it's got to stay. It's got to stay, man. It's like, all right, well, okay. If you say so, man, I guess. All right, I'm running behind on the super chats, though. I do need to read these. Where did I leave off? Hold on. Musashi, you're saying the only war should be in the game value proposition, and boy, if people weren't so blind, games on a technical point have fallen way below usual standards. I've seen some different videos created in regards to that, where it's like, from a technical perspective, it does seem like we may be taking a couple steps backwards somehow. And I can agree with that. Yeah, there's definitely, I would say, certain issues within development pipelines that need across the board to be corrected a little bit, you know? And I guess that's a whole nother conversation if we really were to dive deeper into it. PlayStation Pete, you're saying, my friend platinumed AC Shadows. My games for this year are Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, Mario Kart World, MGS3 Delta, and Ghost of Yotei. That's a pretty good lineup of games, dude. I don't know if the platinum for AC Shadows is difficult. I imagine it's probably tedious, though. I imagine it's probably pretty tedious. Cutting the bullshit, don't pay the bills. Ooh. Well, there you go. There you go, RPG88. Generic white male says you should dress up in a banana suit and smack your ass. That'll get people to side with you. It would, yeah. If I were to just really yell loud enough and just get crazy with it. I mean, we all know where it's headed. We all know where it's headed at the end of the day. Maybe it won't be a banana suit. It'll be an orange suit. I don't know. It'll just be an orange. Well, I don't know. That might have different implications at this point. What fruit should I be? Don't answer that question. Do not answer that question. I'll be a strawberry. How about that? All right. Got to do the chair spins. Oh, hold on. What happened? What the hell happened? Yeah. Guys, by the way, boss still didn't get his treats. He came in here. He's looking at me like, he's looking at me disappointed. Like, you serious, bro? We have New Soul 9 saying, by the way, MBG, after watching your Days Gone video, would it be fair to say that you'll get a Days Gone 2 in the form of a State of Decay 3? Because I love Days Gone and State of Decay. I was thinking about that, dude. Yeah, one of the things that I have noticed when playing Days Gone again, especially with the music, there are certain aspects of Days Gone that do remind me of State of Decay. And I'm like, they're very different games ultimately, but there are similarities, right? Like, they are post-apocalyptic titles, zombies, crafting, survival. State of Decay, though, is much more of a survival game. And yeah, I will say to you, man, that I had that thought distinctly when playing it. Like, if we never get a Days Gone 2, I mean, it's just going to put that much more pressure on, State of Decay 3, where I'm like, please be the game that I want you to be, man. I'm really rooting for it. See, this is what I mean. Like, this is where I think people, I think they have me all wrong, or at least some people do, where it's like, bro, State of Decay 3 is literally one of my most anticipated games. And I I'm rooting for that game on a level where it's like I want this to be one of the best. Like if it comes out next year, although I don't know if it's going to be ready next year, but if it comes out next year, it's like I want this to be one of the best games of the year, if not my game of the year. That's what I'm rooting for. And you know, will it be that? I don't know. But, I mean, I see that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I was the guy. Nobody wants to talk about it, man. And it's a bit depressing, and I get it. It's in the past. But I was the guy that was out here on my YouTube channel being like, bro, I think State of Decay 2 is going to be awesome, man. You know, an Xbox developed game. Real and when people were telling me like, dude, I don't think so. You know, people were like, bro, why are you hyping up State of Decay 2 and not playing God of War right now? Or whatever. Or maybe it was Horizon at the time. Or no, it was 2016. So what would that have been? Uncharted 4, I think. And I'm like, dude, because it's just like I thought State of Decay 1 was amazing, and State of Decay 2 did not turn out to be what I wanted it to be. I think you know that. But I had a lot of hope for it, man. And I had that level of belief in Microsoft. I'm like, guys, you're working with Undead Labs. They're a great studio. I believe in you guys. I think you can make this game top 10. And I did still enjoy State of Decay 2, but it was not at all what I thought it was going to be in terms of like the major leap forward that we were promised. And so I might be all alone on this, yeah, and I'm fine with that. But it's just like this, you know, this is where it's like you won't see the people who want to put me in some kind of they want to paint me in a certain light, you know. Like it's just so stupid. It's like people believe anything. Like I put out a tweet yesterday. I was tweeting my Days Gone video. I tweeted that out, and somebody left a comment, and they were like, all the new games that are out right now, and you're choosing to play this old game. And I'm like, bro, like, why would you choose to say something knowing you don't know what you're talking? Like, he knows that he doesn't follow me, but he still chose to say something like that, full well knowing, like, dude, you're probably going to be completely wrong about what you're saying. I'll never play Starfield, dude. No, I will never play. No, I'm not going to play Starfield. Yeah, then again, am I surprised it's Twitter? It was just funny to me, though, because it's like, dude, I'm... Okay. Like, anyway. Josh Z with a super chat. Thank you, buddy. He says, special games are when everything comes together perfectly doesn't mean the game itself is perfect. Ocarina of Time, for example. Decades have passed, and yet many devs still chase that kind of legacy. That's very true. Yeah, a special game, an amazing game, doesn't necessarily mean a perfect game. And, you know, I think no game truly is perfect. I think you can find the best of the best game that you're like, man, this is the greatest thing I ever played. And you could still find flaws. Certainly. And I think it's even easier with games when we talk about the medium of games, because games are so complex and so many things can go wrong. You know? So I fully agree with what you're saying here, Josh. And yeah, and that's the thing, like, it is disheartening. It is disheartening to see that many times when we talk about general discussions on the internet, I feel like the conversation around games, they get reduced to really just oversimplistic levels of like, and I admit, like, I feed into this too. I don't necessarily try to, but it happens sometimes where like, I kind of did it when I was talking about Rockstar versus like Naughty Dog, where I think I made some kind of statement like Naughty Dog could never make a game like Rockstar. And I feel like that's like, that statement doesn't belong. And that statement only invites conflict because it's oversimplified and reductive, you know, where it's like, we need to analyze the nuanced and very meaningful differences between the type of games that these two studios make. We need to quantify the similarities, quantify the differences, and if you do that, you'll realize the differences are actually pretty massive. And in fact, you realize that the differences are so massive that maybe a comparison isn't really necessary at all. And if you're going to do a comparison, it should be just a brief exercise just for the sake of it, not meant to be taken seriously. That's the ultimate conclusion that I come to, because I'm like, well, I just did go through it all. I did do the pros and the cons and the differences between both. And I realized that, it all kind of comes back down to the same thing time and time again. And that is like, one man's trash is another man's treasure. To a lot of people, it's all, those two studios are treasured, and every game that they release is treasured. And there's no need to there's no need to compare them. And trust me, man, like, I've been doing this for a long time, and that's kind of the fascinating thing to me about video games and the people who engage with them, where it's like, I guarantee you, I want you to think of the worst game that you've ever played right now. Think of the worst game. Somebody out there, it's one of their favorite games ever. They love it. They love it to death. And we have Meow coming in, dropping a membership gift. Meow's like, whoa. Don't forget about the memberships. Don't forget about it. Bringing us up to 12 on the day. We'll see if we can hit that 25 mark, guys. We're not that far. I think we can do it. Just about halfway there, practically. Let me see. Hold on, I'm definitely behind here. We have JD Gamer, who says MBG Xbox isn't going anywhere as long as the console is where 30 million Game Pass players exist. It will remain the base from which the Xbox brand will grow. I disagree with that, JD Gamer. You have to understand, and this is that you're leaving out a major factor. You mentioned 30 million people that have Xbox consoles, whether that be the Series S or the Series X, and you assume all 30 million are subscribed to Game Pass. The overwhelming majority of them probably are. But you also have to understand, like, bro, that 30 million was achieved under two very different circumstances. Number one, the Series X was not $600 and the Series S was not $400. Number two, Microsoft wasn't releasing their games on PlayStation and Switch. I think you are greatly underestimating the devastating effect that those two factors changing pretty much, I don't want to say overnight, but within 1 year, both of those things have completely flipped in 1 year. The Xbox Series S is no longer the best deal for a console anymore. The Xbox Series X is no longer the most powerful console anymore. And it's more expensive than the alternative. Any Xbox game that is released is likely going to be day one on PlayStation, and if they can make it happen, on Switch 2 now as well. None of those things that I just listed were even a remote, I would say a remote possibility, but they just were non-existent to any degree at the launch of the Series X and S. They weren't a thing. And that's why I'm saying, like, if 30 million people bought Xboxes based off of the promise of, the Series S is going to remain cheap. The Series S is $300, Series X is $500, and we're not putting games on the opposing console. That's immediately, as far as I'm concerned, that's cut more than in half. Listen, the next Xbox probably is going to struggle to get to 10 million. And if it does get to 10 million, it's not going to go much further than that. That's my prediction. I'm thinking anywhere between 15 and 17 million at most. And I think that's pushing it. I really do. Because the next Xbox is clearly going to be very expensive. It's going to be very capable. And it's going to be built for those people. Do you still want the Xbox console? Yeah. You want a good machine then, right? Yeah. You're willing to pay for it so we can make a profit off of it? Yeah. And so, you're saying that the Xbox brand will grow based off of the console, which I will agree, the console facilitates Game Pass very well, but that's not going to be what grows it, man. that's not going to be what grows it. It's just going to be I think for Microsoft, it's about making sure they lose as few people as they possibly can while still making the necessary business decisions that they have to make, that they're already doing. Eliminating the loss on each console was a decision to ensure that Microsoft keeps building new consoles. Yeah, and that makes sense because they simply could not justify. You couldn't blame them. Like, Microsoft cannot, given the expectations of shareholders in 2025 for Microsoft, they cannot justify selling any of their hardware at a loss anymore. You know, when they were trying to enter the market, it made sense. When that was a kind of common thing that was done between Sony and Microsoft, it made sense. And all the shareholders were on board with it. But the times have changed. The expectations have changed. And yeah, that's just not going to happen. Dreadful83, a member for 20 months, says, this is probably off subject, but I hate the notion of Xbox players saying that we wanted their games on our system. Yeah, I don't recall anybody really saying that. I mean, it's one of these things where when people want to beat each other over the head, you keep it short, sweet, and simple, and to the point. PlayStation players love Xbox games. PlayStation players are begging for Xbox games. It's like, dude, there absolutely have always been PlayStation players who, if you ask them, like, would you play Halo if it was on PlayStation? They're like, yeah, that'd be great. That'd be cool. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that. You're not going to find many people who's like, yeah, I've been basically begging Microsoft for the past, 10 years to please put Halo on PlayStation. No, what these, I know the type of people you're talking about, Dreadful. What they need to start saying is PlayStation players were unwilling to buy another console for those games. And that's pretty profound when you consider that they bought a different console for different games. That means significantly more ultimately when it comes to the message that's being sent than PlayStation players, now want Xbox games or love Xbox games. Dude, there's also the fact that these same people saying this, you're going to acknowledge the fact that when Helldivers 2 came out, there were multiple Xbox influencers and people, even Phil Spencer himself talked about how much they would like to see Helldivers 2 on Xbox. We're just going to pretend that doesn't exist. It's fine. People need to, I think people need to kind of, you don't have to be on board. You don't have to pretend. You know what I mean? I'm not going to bullshit people. Hey man, are you going to be excited for Starfield? Like Oblivion, right? Oblivion, the remaster, people were pressuring me, you got to play it, man, you got to play it. I'm I don't give it, that could be a fucking PlayStation exclusive. I'm not playing that shit. No offense. And I literally mean no offense. I'm just saying I'm not playing that game. You could, you would have to pay me, and I mean a pretty good amount, to make me spend time playing that game because I don't want to play it. I don't want to play it. Don't make me play it. Don't do it. I'm not. I know. I'm just saying that. I'm just being real, Lux. That's all. I'm not trying to offend. I'm not going to turn to the person that's that's one of my favorite games ever, bro, and be like, well, we're going to fight about it. We're going to fight about it right now. No, enjoy it, man. I'm happy to see people enjoy it. I'm just saying, just don't make me play it. Don't do it. People don't understand how scared I was to play Clair Obscur. I don't think people actually understand how terrified I'm. This is going to be bad. It's going to be real bad. But I took the nose down. I took the plunge, man. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend that, for example, when Halo comes to PlayStation, I don't really care for Halo. I never have. I'm not going to sit here and suddenly pretend Halo going to be my game of the year now it's on PlayStation, son. No, dude. No. I don't even think I would even play it. I think I would maybe buy it. If they do a physical copy, I would buy it because it's like, this is a crazy product to have in my hands. Like, I can't believe what I'm looking at. I'm going to frame it. I'm not going to frame it, but it's just, you know, I'm just not going to do that shit, you know? And I don't think people need to do that. Like, you don't have to suddenly pretend to love Xbox games because they're coming to PlayStation. But I think people are mistaking the fact that, like, in the same way that Xbox players would shit their pants if Sony announced we're dropping the next God of War on Xbox, that's basically what's happening with some of Microsoft's biggest franchises. Like, bro, Gears of War E-Day is probably going to be day one on PlayStation. Like, yeah, that's going to make somebody who's like, I wasn't going to go out of my way to buy a whole new console to play it, but sure as shit, if that's on the storefront on the console that I'm currently invested in playing in, I will buy that. Those are important, nuanced details and facts that I think need to be addressed when people are having these conversations where it's like I understand that, yes, there absolutely are some people out there where they prefer to play on Xbox and they don't like PC and they are not going to buy a PlayStation just for Helldivers 2. But they would very much play Helldivers 2 if it was on Xbox. I understand that. Not going to, make it sound like they're fucking insane. Maybe they are. I don't know. Maybe they are. Maybe I'm insane. Maybe we're all insane. Why are we even here? What are we even talking about? You will play Halo. You will play Starfield. You will play Halo. I mean, look. If Microsoft comes to me and they're like, so you want to review Halo on PlayStation? Come out here 3 days before the game comes out. Stream it on your PS5 Pro. I mean, it feels weird, It feels real weird. Like, I'm pretty sure this is just, I'd be doing it for the wrong reasons. I'll tell you that. I'm doing this purely as a flex. Look at it. Look at it. I want you all to look at it. I'm playing Halo on my PS5 Pro. How you like that? Sony must hate you. Meanwhile, yeah, I still didn't get Death Stranding 2. Sony, what the fuck, bro? Sony's like, No, listen, in all seriousness, I'm probably just gonna go back to the way things were. I liked it better. It was simpler, man. For now. I mean, we'll I don't want to draw some kind of definitive line. There's this is it and close the book, but it's just I can't deny that I'm not I just like things the way they were, man. Yo, I got canceled at PlayStation. Yeah. So Sony canceled me. But I'm just at a point where it's I don't know. The weirdest thing happened with Claire Obscure where the whole time I was playing that game, I was dying to talk about it. And I couldn't say anything except for the fact that I'm reviewing a game. And I didn't even know if I could let you know what I was reviewing. But I kept hinting at it over and over again because I was dying to talk about it. And then by the time I was able to talk about it, it's just such an interesting thing to witness where people did not know. I knew. And I didn't like knowing. And this is why being a developer must be pretty torturous and just waiting and watching. We're dude, when I was playing this game 3 weeks before it was coming out, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a game of the year. Which I told you guys, I had conversations with my wife. I think people are going to like this better than Final Fantasy. And I felt really nervous saying that. I was I can't say that on my review or anything because I may be totally off base, but I'm pretty sure this is going to be a major game this year that nobody knows what's coming. And it was torture to not be able to talk about it. And what sucked the most is when I finally could talk about it, people still didn't get it. Because they have to play it now. And I'm just oh, okay. Well, shit. All right, I guess I'll. And by the time people, and I'm now I put like, probably like 80 or 90 hours into it or whatever. And I'm seeing people in the last week and a half or so, last 2 weeks, like they all got it. Like everybody woke up to it. And it was just, it changed the whole trajectory of like, man, I didn't really like that. Like I felt like by the time people were having the conversations, I was already moved on to the next thing. And it's like, well, yeah, because like, dude, you beat the game like probably close to 2, maybe 3, maybe even a month before everybody else is, you know? And it was just a weird situation, dude. It was a weird situation, and I never really experienced something like that. Um, all right, hold on. Where am I at here? Do you constantly talk about Xbox to distract from major issues PlayStation's having, like the impending failure of their largest acquisition in studio and how that would affect them? No, okay, I think that's unfair to say because, like, dude, I've had many dedicated streams to talking about Bungie and absolutely shitting all over them. Like, in fact, some people were like asking me, like, bro, please chill out on Bungie. Like, give him a chance to breathe, And I'm like, all right, and that's I was there for the marathon reveal and everything, and it's just I hate to say it, man, but it's like you know Bungie is they're I would say they're losing me. That would imply that they ever had me to begin with. It's just I'm not. Bungie is a studio that I'm not really interested in talking about much right now until I'm able to get my hands on Marathon in the beta because they're clearly not panicked, but they have their work cut out for them and they got a lot of pressure on them. And I'm like, you know what? I don't believe in them. I don't believe Bungie's going to pull the ace out of their sleeve and it's going to be, I talk to people where they believe that's going to happen. I'm like, I don't think so, dude. I think when it's all said and done, we're going to look back and realize that, man, Bungie was fucking toast and nobody knew it until, until the time came. That's not me trying to go out of my way to be negative and shit on them. It's just, I will be the first one to tell you that. And I say this as somebody who, when Sony first bought Bungie, I thought they were doing good. Like, I thought it was going to be a good thing. Like, yeah, this is good. But, hindsight 2020, I'll be the first to tell you that was literally quite literally, I think the biggest mistake that PlayStation may have ever made. I mean, I don't know if it would be as big as the way they handled the launch of the PS3. Maybe that's a bridge too far, but one of the biggest mistakes that Sony ever made. And you know what? I will eat those words, and I will take 5 L's in a row if Marathon comes out, fucking blows up, and is bigger than Helldivers 2. I will gracefully take all 5 L's. I don't know why it's got to be 5, but let me see. Oh, I lost the signal on my monitor. Oh, there it is. MBGC, as soon as Xbox gets cooked, they try and change the subject to PlayStation. Yeah, I know. Isn't that more relevant to a PlayStation channel than constantly going over the ABK and Bethesda acquisitions? I mean, yeah. It is, but it's just, dude, the only answer I have here, and this is, like, I'm going to get candid with you, man. I don't even really want to talk about half this shit. Sorry, hold on. Hearing noises, making sure everything's okay. I don't want to talk about half this shit because I do, like, I am to a degree at the mercy of, like, I am staying up to date with everything regarding you know, PlayStation and now Xbox, because Xbox is, according to Satya Nadella, like the biggest publisher on PlayStation. It's just that, bro, this is why I keep highlighting the fact that like Microsoft themselves aren't the problem anymore, man. I get it. Like I do see people on my channel where they're like, fuck Xbox and I hate Xbox, and and I get it. Like they just really have a chip on their shoulder with the brand themselves. I'm like, I get it. I've been there, but I'm over that. I don't have a chip on my shoulder with the brand itself. I really don't. It's the it's their fans, dude. That's what it is. Not all of them. To be clear, not all of them. The toxic ones. You know the types I'm talking about. And the way that the conversations about these different brands have been twisted, molded, just completely shifted into something that they're not. And it's like, yeah, man, I would love to title my my stream like, let's talk about Bungie and Marathon. We did multiple times already, but let's do it again. Seems kind of difficult to do that when all I'm seeing on my feeds, on my timelines, even in my comment sections, and even in my streams at times, is like people talking about the pricing of the PS5 Pro, the pricing of the new Xboxes, talking about game prices, seeing people predict what's going to happen next, where it's like, bro, my last stream, people made me aware of something and I didn't even think about it. I'm like, holy shit, you're right. They were like, man, you covered the news of Microsoft announcing price increases, which is necessary. Like nobody's going to look at me and be like, why are you talking about Xbox increasing the price of all their products? That's absolutely relevant to PlayStation. Absolutely. That's relevant to everybody. But people were like, and I don't think I did anything wrong. I think this was the right thing to do, but it's like you talked about how that would impact PlayStation and basically talking about, is PlayStation going to do that next? But something that people were pointing out is like, dude, you didn't give any criticism to Microsoft. Like you barely criticized them for that. I was like, yeah, you're right. I kind of didn't. And some people take that the wrong way, which, not most people, but they're like, so you like that or whatever? And I'm like, well, no. We're like, old MBG would have fucking went berserk on, and not even that. They're not even talking about old MBG. They're talking about like, bro, anytime Sony even sneezes the wrong way, you get people out here running laps, going crazy, And I'm like, that's a good point. And so I just, I took a little bit of time and I was looking around and I'm like, well, maybe it's not my place, right? Like I shouldn't have to be the one to freak out or whatever. And I, saw Angry Joe's video and he went pretty berserk on them. And to be fair, like a lot of people were giving Microsoft a lot of shit, but I still saw, like, and this is the part that just really got to me, and this is why I'm saying it's the toxic fans that are the fucking problem, is that Microsoft understands what they did was shitty because it's always shitty. They don't want to come out and announce massive price increases, but they're doing what they got to do as a business. And I saw a lot of people be like, bro, what the fuck? This sucks. You suck. Why are you doing this? And in between that, though, I came across so many people, like more than I would have ever expected, defending or excusing or just faking the faux. Oh, how dare you, Microsoft? Like, just shut up, dude. We know you don't fucking care. We know you don't care. Like stop pretending like you care. We know you don't. Everybody's got to do what they got to do in the moment. But, what really gets me, and this is what kind of pushed me over the edge a little bit. I talk about how I don't really have a problem with Microsoft anymore in gaming because they're being angry at Microsoft at this point feels no different than being angry at EA. God damn that shitty publisher for doing shitty publisher things. Like, okay, we've been down this road how many times now? It's nothing new. And the console war's over. So there's barely anything to be upset about, right? And then I tell you guys about how it's the shit that I come across. My stream that I did on Friday. The one where I, again, like some people were like, bro, you barely criticized Microsoft for increasing the prices. Like if Sony did this, people would want their head, right? And the top comment, and I saw this shit in real fucking time. YouTube seems to have caught on to, I don't know who's doing this, but there's somebody or multiple somebodies. They are, anytime we're talking about shit like this, they're bot accounts, and they're like trying to manipulate the perception of the conversation by upvoting certain things in mass, certain comments, certain super chats, anything that can be upvoted. And I'm telling you, bro, there was this comment on my stream that day where somebody said, yeah, you're right, MBG. This is a smart move by Microsoft because it's going to increase the value, the perceived value of Game Pass. I'm going to repeat what I just said. You're right, MBG. This is a smart move on Microsoft's part. The price increases is what they're talking about. The massive price increases is a smart move because it's going to increase the perceived value of Game Pass. That comment had quite literally triple to quadruple the amount of upvotes compared to any other comment, and it stuck out like a sore thumb. And I'm like, this is a crazy fucking comment. Like, this is a crazy comment for multiple reasons because, first off, I didn't say it's good. I said this is why Microsoft might be doing it. Okay, hold on. My monitor's like not working. It lost signal. I can't see anything right now. Hold on. All right, hold on. I have no idea. I have to switch monitors here. I don't know what's going on with this thing. Sorry about that. I'm gonna have to use this one over here though. Microsoft got me, bro. Microsoft got me. But the reason why I'm mentioning this is because unless I find out that more than half of the things that I see people saying, and I'm putting people in quotes because it's like, unless I find out that 75% of what I'm seeing are actually none of it's real. It's actually driven by Microsoft themselves. It's not real. To create a false perception, a false reality. But as far as I know, it doesn't seem that way. Some of it is definitely not real. That I have come across where it's like, okay, the reason why I talked about that comment being upvoted is not because it got that many upvotes, because I thought to myself like, oh, I guess I had a lot of Xbots on my channel today and they were, yeah, upvote that guy. This makes Game Pass good. And I'm like, okay. Came back an hour later, it went from having 26 upvotes to 4. And I'm like, YouTube got you real quick. YouTube stomped that shit real quick. And I'm like, so let me get this straight. I almost walked away from that thinking like, holy shit, this is really what people think. This is what they believe. This is what people are perceiving. To finding out that, bro, that like, no, that was totally manipulated by somebody or something. And that's not real. I'm not saying the comment itself wasn't real. Maybe it was. And I went to go check this person's past comments, and they weren't an Xbot. I checked, dude. I was like, they had totally reasonable, normal comments on like previous streams and videos. Like, something is really going on here. No joke. Something strange is going on. And so, you know, I just, the only thing I can surmise at this point is that it has to be just an extremely toxic portion of the fan base that likes Microsoft or Xbox or whatever, dude, where like, you know, there are people getting involved with that side that are realizing there's a lot of money to be made. And I get it, especially off of rage bait and all this other shit. I get it, dude. I really do. But it still becomes very frustrating when it's like, it's kind of exactly what you guys are saying in the chat now, where it's like anytime you kind of even remotely try to touch on the fact that like, bro, let's get something straight here. We're going to call a spade, okay? Sony comes out like 2 years ago, says, we're going to increase the price of the PS5 in certain regions because we're a corporation and we want more money and fuck you. I respond by saying, fuck you. You know, you should eat that shit. You should eat that cost, but you won't because you're being greedy. Because the only thing that matters to you is the bottom line. And Sony, you suck for this. You know? How disappointing. We go, for, you know, that happens, and then Microsoft comes out and does something literally 10 times worse than that. And it's just supposed to be, well, fuck. That sucks. Anyway, you know, like, I don't get it. That's what I don't get, dude. And it's those people, because they are out there. And I'm trying to determine if they're real or not. I might actually be insane. It's a cunning tactic, and they think we don't see it. Oh, I see it, dude. But then I got to be extra careful, because if you think about the way I'm talking, maybe the whole idea is, well, if he does see it and he starts talking about what he's seeing, but others don't see it, or it's not as obvious to others, then he'll just look fucking crazy. MBG's crazy, bro. But no, I definitely see it, and it is very disturbing. It's very disturbing to just kind of watch some of the same people. Like, you guys were here. You guys were literally here my last stream, watching it in real time, where somebody left a super chat saying a $730 Series X is still better than a Pro, and it in real time got like 21 upvotes. I don't know how to explain that one, man. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I oftentimes wonder to myself, and this isn't, you know, I'm not trying to like make it seem like I'm a really big content creator and, you know, say my name type shit. No, it's just I have wondered, like, bro, does Microsoft, did I upset them? Like, I mean, like, or is it like this guy won't stop like shit talking our brand, and we got to do something about this guy? I don't know. I just wonder about that, where it's like, the only thing that matters to me, like putting the conspiracies or whatever aside, because trust me, there is some real shit that you guys are seeing happen on the channel, and it's very strange. And if it's like a troll, that's fine. Like, I think that could be pretty funny, but it's like too consistent to be a troll, dude. That's what's concerning. Is it's like, dude, this is like I feel like, yeah, I feel like I'm being hunted by fucking, or like watched by Skynet or something. It's very strange. Well, I'm not saying it's Microsoft. You're saying those are some pretty big accusations against Microsoft. I'm not saying it's them. I'm just saying, like, it wouldn't surprise me if it has. This is what I'm saying. Like, if you had asked me, like, do you think it's this multi-trillion-dollar corporation for some reason giving a shit about you? Or is it more likely it's just a really radical, insane group of people that love the brand that much, that will go that far out of their way to try to, do that type of damage on your channel? And I'm like, you know what? Probably that. 99% chance it's that, right? Anyway, I got a couple super chats I'm running behind on. Omni B says $80 games are for PlayStation players, not Xbox. Well, I mean, they're going to be $80 on Xbox too. I don't know what you mean by that. Are you talking about? You're talking about Game Pass? If you're making it sound like the $80 games is how much, like, well, that's PlayStation players are going to be paying $80, not Xbox players. It's like, well, I mean, I get where you're coming from, man, but there's also just the reality that if you remain subscribed to Game Pass, and this is assuming the price doesn't go up, the price goes up, that conversation is going to be diminished severely. But if the price doesn't go up and you remain subscribed to Game Pass, you're still paying a pretty decent amount of money yearly. And it's like, if you say, well, that's okay because look at all the games I get, then there's no problems there. There's no problems there. It's just that, like, you're still paying money to have access to games that you don't own. And there is an inherent difference between people kind of picking and choosing what $80 games they want to pay for and have complete ownership over, and likely invest more time into those individual games rather than kind of jumping from one game to another. I think, this to me gets into kind of the semantics of it, where it's like, so if Microsoft says their games are $80, but their games are on PlayStation, so therefore PlayStation players are the ones paying $80. So it's PS5 games are $80, and Xbox players don't buy games because they subscribe to Game Pass and they won't have to pay $80. To me, that gets into the same territory of, like, I won't give credit to Doom, the Dark Age. I won't give Xbox credit for Doom or for, any other, for like Oblivion, whatever, right? Like, they're not going to get any credit because, well, they didn't originally own them and these games were in development before Microsoft bought them, or, Microsoft probably had no involvement with their development, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it's like, you can do that if you want, but it's like, if you're going to constantly, focus on the semantics of it, you're never going to actually have an answer. That's where you're going to see the goalpost moving constantly. Where it's like, so let's just keep it simple, right? Let's just keep it simple. Microsoft announced $80 games and their games will be $80. Doesn't matter where you're buying them, because it's not just exclusive to PlayStation players. What about people on PC, right? If the whole idea is I don't lose because I'm subscribed to Game Pass, like, be careful. Just like I'm sitting here telling you, like, hey, right now, it doesn't seem like we're losing with Ghost of Yotei because Ghost of Yotei is $70. I'm also here to warn PlayStation players that might change at any moment. So don't get too excited. Acknowledge it. Acknowledge it. We're not paying $80 right now for Ghost of Yotei. That's good. Death Stranding 2 currently is not $80 for the standard version. That's good. Could it be tomorrow? Absolutely. Be ready. Be ready. But I just think, people who keep wanting to hide behind but my Game Pass value, like, dude, you're going to eventually reach a point where you're paying $50 a fucking month saying my Game Pass value. Like, you have to see where this is going. And again, it's the people that latch onto that where it's like, you don't see it. Why don't you see it? When are you going to wake up and see it? Microsoft is not trying. I need to emphasize once again, Microsoft tried to sell people Game Pass for $1 fucking dollar. And at some point was like, we're done doing that. Why do you think that is? Do you think it's because they can't afford to eat that? No, they can afford to eat that. It's because they realize this isn't working and we're tired. We're tired of trying to give people the best deal just to be rejected. So we're just going to do what every other company does and we're going to try to make money. So all I'm trying to say is don't be surprised if there is another Game Pass price hike. I mean, you're going to see some people freaking out about it. I'm not going to freak out about it. I'm just going to use it as I'm just going to remember the conversation and say, hey, remember when I told you guys that Microsoft just really wants your money? There you go. And when Sony announces $80 games, I'm going to say, remember when I said that Sony also is a business that just wants your money? There you go. You know? EASA punk ass says MBG getting into RPG games, Expedition or Oblivion? I did play Expedition, yeah. Nicodemus, a member for 19 months, says, bro, I traded my Series X for PS5 Slim at GameStop and got $750. Picked up a PS5 Pro. I now have the best Xbox out right now. Beast of a console. That's crazy. $750, bro. I mean, that's two pretty significant pieces of hardware, but you're happy with the Pro, dude. I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that. That's good shit. Good shit, dude. You have to let me know what games you're playing on it, though. Like, I'm curious what you think of some of the upgrades. New Soul 9, you're saying, MBG, when you said cut the BS, would you get behind message like Nintendo telling people to buy a regular Switch if you're broke? Well, it's a tough one because it's like, what are they supposed to say? Like, the only option they have is to say, yeah, we're assholes and we just want money. Like, we know that this is maybe more expensive than it should be, but we care about our profits. So, sorry, you know, we got to prioritize our bottom line. It's either that or, well, we have another product for you if you want. It's business 101, dude. The reason why people, I read the quote from Nintendo and people tried to turn that into a Don Matrick situation. I'm like, that's not a Don Matrick situation. Sorry, it's not. Don Matrick was a dick about it. It's not, you know how the saying goes, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. Don Matrick, that quote from him can, you know, that should be in all business courses on like, here's how not to defer people to a different product, because he was condescending about it. He was dismissive about it. And he was just like, well, we have a product for those people. Like, you know, just making it sound like there's something wrong with you if you can't. Nintendo, if you listen to their quote, they were being, the way that they worded it, it's very much just like, you know, we really do still want you as a customer and, you know, we're going to continue to support the Switch and that's still a viable option. Like they framed it in a completely different way. And it seems like they were very much prepared to give a decent response knowing that people were going to ask that question. Don Matrick, I don't know. I think he was not prepared to answer that question. And I don't think he quite understood how he sounded. You know? So I do think it's one of these situations where it sucks to hear, generally speaking, where it's like you would much rather Nintendo come out and be like, you know, we're sorry. We're gonna reduce the price now. You know, we're gonna reduce the price now. Thank you for letting us know. Like, of course, that's what we want to see, but they're not. You know, they're not gonna do that. They settled on the price. They're sticking with it. I think people need kind of know that. So it's a tough thing. You know, it's kind of like when people talk about inflation. Reminds me of that, where it's like, let me tell you about inflation. Like, do you think anybody gives a shit, dude? Like, is that going to make people feel better about how poor they are or how much they're struggling because, hey, your dollar isn't worth shit now or compared to what it used to be? Like, no, that's not going to make anybody feel better. Like, that's not going to make people be like, you know what? Of course. Duh. Why am I complaining? Like, nobody wants to hear it. Nobody wants to be told that, You know, it's like nobody cares at the end of the day. They care about the money that they have right now and how far it can go and what they are able to do with it. They're not worried about what they could have done with it 20 years ago. New Soul 9, you're saying, or sorry, Easy E, you're saying, have you played Expedition 33? What are your thoughts? I did. I have a whole review on my channel, Easy E, under my video section. I have a full review. It's like 30 minutes. Amazing game. 10 out of 10. My game of the year right now. Would recommend. Absolutely. Beast mode. That's so funny, bro. I mean, that's how they get you, though, right? They know. They absolutely know. I love it. I love it, but I hate it. Gord, a member for 18 months, says since $60 in 2015. Oh, man. Okay. Since $60 in 2015 is now worth over $80, one could argue that all these corps have been eating the cost for a decade. I see it's interesting because you're framing it in a different way where you are saying that on a technical level, the corporations have been eating the cost. Again, technically speaking, we can say that, but I have to ask the question, like, can it really be seen as like you're eating the cost and you shouldn't have to do that even though you're worth billions and trillions of dollars? You get what I'm saying? Like, you have enough money to literally end world hunger. And then some, probably. And like, it doesn't align. And I think there's an inherent problem there where it's like, if you told me that Microsoft has been eating the cost of many, many things for many, many years, I'm going to say, okay, how much are they worth? How much cash does Microsoft have on hand? On hand. Not even in assets, just on hand. Let me see. Cash on hand, Microsoft, $71 billion as of December 2024. They have just a cool $71 billion in their pocket right now, bro. And when you consider the value of the overall company and their assets and everything else, $3 trillion, which is literally not real. I'm sorry, $3 trillion, that's not a real amount of money. It's like fake at that point. It's unreal. I'm gonna turn to them and say, then you can keep eating that. You can keep eating that. You know how many billions of dollars I have? Do you know how many millions of dollars I have? You can keep eating it. Although, let me see Sony cash on hand. Sony has 20 billion cash on hand as of December 2024. So Sony's just sitting on a cool 20 bill. And then how Sony's overall value is they're worth 157 billion. Like, I get, like, I understand. Like, I do understand, like, they are businesses. They can't just act like charities. And that's what people say all the time. They're like, you can't expect these businesses to be charities. And it's like, yeah, but you know what? I can turn to them and be like, fuck you. I don't have that money. You know? But no, it's not that I want socialism. I'm not advocating for that. I'm just saying, like, if Sony wants to turn, or Microsoft wants to turn and be like, you know what, guys, listen. We're going to give everybody an Xbox for free. For free. Because that will, like, that's nothing. Like, that's nothing to us. You know? I'd be like, okay. Good shit. Why not? How could you lose then? But it's just, you know, there's this constant struggle. It's a constant struggle. You know, to be honest, let me take a big step back. That's a ridiculous notion. Here's a free Xbox. I'm just saying, if Microsoft is worth $3 trillion, okay, and they have a cool $71 billion on hand. Why are you raising prices? Like, what the fuck? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you would think if there was like any one company, truly, that could be like, we don't need to do this. Like, we don't need to do this. It's Microsoft. It is definitely Microsoft. They are the most valuable company in the world. Sony could do it and be like, hey, yeah, we're worth a cool 157 billion, but that's not a trillion. Same thing with Nintendo. You know, they're not going to get to 200 billion by, giving free handouts, right? Or being lenient on their price increases and really, sensitive with that. When I look at Microsoft, I'm like, bro, you're trying to get to 4 trillion. I'm going to throw up. I mean, you have to admit, it gets to a point where it's absurd. It's absurd, man. And there's nothing we can do about it because it is the machine that has been established. Like, yes, I mean, you're talking about the fundamental differences between capitalism, socialism, communism, and everything in between. And it's like, look, man, I'm an American and I see the benefits of capitalism. I do. But what are we doing here trying to get to $4 trillion? What are we doing here? And so, yeah, Sony's going to help. Like, I mean, it just concerns me. Like, in the long run, where it's like, where's the fucking end game? You know? Like, where's the end game? Unlimited power? So, I just think it's like, it's just weird because I've seen people, it's like, oh, Sony's too poor. They can't afford Activision Blizzard, so they have to settle for Bungie. LOL. Yeah, that's right. Microsoft and Sony are on, Microsoft's on a different level. And I'm like, yeah, they are. Financially speaking, business-wise, they're on a different level. Then, you hear about these price increases, and it's like, well, they can't just keep eating the cost on everything all the time. It's what I'm saying. It's like, it's so important. Like, I think what people wonder why are you crashing out, MBG? Why are you yelling and freaking out and ranting? And it's like, because, dude, I think people just, they don't pay enough attention to the finer details that make, like, they matter so much. They matter so much, dude. It's like you can make a broad stroke statement and you can get a lot of people to agree with you. But the moment you got to look at it just a little bit closer and see all the different moving parts, a lot of people don't want to see that. They don't want to hear that. They don't want to understand it. They don't want to look at the finer details because it's harder to do that. And what it requires you to do is have some level of discernment, And people don't want to do that. And I understand it. I get it. Like, we want to keep things as simple as possible. But during times like this, when you're seeing, like, we have to analyze and evaluate deeply, why is a multi-trillion-dollar corporation telling me they need to raise the prices on their products? Why is it that we're waiting at any moment for Sony to announce the same? We need to look at the finer details. And of course, it gets very complicated when you look beyond gaming and you start to bring in politics, you start to bring in, the world economy and everything else. And I understand. It gets complicated to a point where even I don't fully understand it all. Since PlayStation makes the most in gaming, they should always charge us the least. See, this is where the finer details matter, though, right? Where it's like, actually, that's a statement I could get behind if there wasn't also the reality that Sony is a revenue leader, not a profit leader, and that's their fault. I'm not saying that that says, so you know what, Sony, charge away, raise the prices. No, but it's a level of incompetence. It is. And, it happens. Nobody's perfect. No business is perfect. But the reality is Sony literally could, even though it seems like they could afford to do that, they couldn't, because it's like, well, what do your profit margins look like? And they're like, actually, they're pretty damn bad. They're shrinking pretty rapidly, and we got to fix that. And that's like, Sony kind of put themselves in this web. Like they made certain decisions where it's like, all right, let's just focus on becoming a revenue leader now. We'll figure out how to become a profit leader later. And it turns out that it's pretty hard, where it's like you're in a bit of a bind, where it's like, you have like $24 billion flowing through and you're only getting like $1 billion of that or less. You're going to have to figure, there's a very specific reason for that. And it's not going to be an easy knot to undo. It's not going to be easy to increase those profit margins. And that's why you would see stuff like layoffs. And it's fucked up, because it's like, well, this is weird. Like, why is there so much money flowing everywhere? But like these companies that are focused on their profit margins so they can keep investors happy are somehow struggling. And then, once you look deeper into that, you get into the complexities of how these big billion-trillion-dollar corporations operate, and you realize that, like, man, it's not easy, even at that high level. Like, even though it sounds shitty to say this, if you look deep enough and if you entrench yourself deep enough in the business world and the corporate world, you'll start to see that, there actually are reasons why enough is never enough. Doesn't mean from an ethical standpoint you have to agree with it, but believe me when I tell you, the people who were there making these decisions that are part of this machine, they are on board. They all got the reason, and they all agree on it. You'll never see a no man make his way to the top of the corporate ladder. Never forget that. You'll never see a no man make his way to the top of the corporate ladder, or woman for that matter. MBG, I just took a 30-second economics degree test on the internet. Listen to me, I'm an expert now. Well, I'm not an expert by any means. I'm just saying, like, at the end of the day, dude, and this, to me, this is, I told myself I would not deviate into philosophy once again. But I will say, at the end of the day, the more you analyze all these different systems, and these different systems that were not set up by you, but by somebody else many, 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 many years ago, everywhere you look, you kind of realize that ultimately it all boils down to the same thing. And that is ethics and morality, dude. Way of life. And when you see people agreeing or disagreeing on a topic regarding a decision by $1 billion corporation, it may not seem like it on the surface level, but if you dig deep all the way down to the root of, like, what is even causing this disagreement, I know you're not talking about me, Nick. I know, I'm just messing. You realize, like, it's like a fundamental disagreement on how we should, like, a way of life, like how we should live individually and collectively. And that's why I struggle with all of these conversations, because it's hard not to see that. Because once you see it, you can't unsee it. And you realize that, like, dude, people freaking out about paying $80 for games, on the surface level, it's like, that's really annoying, and it's going to hurt my bottom. That's going to hurt my bottom line, and it's going to affect my way of life. And it's like, yeah, but take that to Nintendo, take that to Microsoft, take that to Sony, make that argument, and you'd be quite surprised that, like, the answer that they probably come back. I mean, I say answers if they're going to answer you, but it's like, if you were to be a fly on the wall in these corporations when they're making these decisions, it's like, I saw somebody say earlier, they're evil. Like, corporations are evil, right? Like, this is like, when I say it's a moral and ethics thing, it's greed. And it's like, well, yeah, but couldn't you kind of frame it in a different, through a different lens of, like, what if it's not greed? What if it's that these businesses decided to begin operation during a time where this is the way this is capitalism. This is the rule of capitalism, right? And this is how it's going to be. And if you see that guy over there, or that corporation over there, or that business over there, look at how well they're thriving. Believe me when I tell you, once that groundwork is laid down, there's no room for, but is this right? Because the moment somebody stops and asks the question, but is this right? There's like 3 other people also establishing their own, and just out of the gate, like, whatever that person's doing, do it, but do it better. Do it even more aggressive. Do it harder, right? And, you know, we say that that's competition, and it is. It is competition. And, you know, sometimes it can be a good thing. We see this. Sometimes the competition, sometimes it's like if you get 3 inherently evil corporations and the evil comes from greed, but they're all equally greedy, but there's only a certain amount of money to be fought over, a certain amount of customers. I mean, you know, you're going to get the one guy that's like, I'm not like them. Yeah, no, I'm different. I'm better. By better, I mean, I understand. You know, I'm not trying to make the most money from you. And it seems good on the surface where it's like, oh, well, good, yeah, because it was looking pretty scary there for a moment. Like, you're all the same, just crazy ass greedy corpos trying to wring us all dry. And then you know, enough time goes by and you realize, no, they're exactly the same. You know why? Because it turns out that they're part of the system too, the system that they can't do anything about. Anyway, the point is, Xbox sucks. That's all it boils down to. It's just, I don't know, man. It's a lot, but usually when I go on this long, I start to reach layers of depth that I don't think are necessary for the conversations we're trying to have here on the channel. Again, we're going to be bringing back the members lounge, but John Sony is my friend. John Sony. I love the idea. Dude, John Sony. John Microsoft. John Spencer of Microsoft Incorporated. Oh, man. These are some tricky in real life problems in society, often very hard to resolve. They are. Dude, they're very hard to resolve, dude, because, again, people clash over fundamental differences that are rooted even in just the smallest issues. And Steven Leon comes in with a $50 donation, bro. Steven Leon with the $50 super chat. Steven, it's been a while, man. You're saying, okay, I'm back to donating to Mrs. MBG's spa day. We as gamers need to understand that we are at the mercy of these corps. Unfortunately, we allowed this to happen. Very true. And thank you. I know Mrs. MBG will definitely appreciate that because she's got a lot going on right now. And there's a lot of, like I said, I'll talk to you guys more in the members lounge. We'll probably do it tomorrow. There's a lot of different things going on, you know, behind the scenes in our personal life, and, you know, certain things that are not unusual, certainly not, but shit happens, you know? So, Steven, thank you so much. She's definitely going to appreciate that. And, you know, you say here that we allowed this to happen, unfortunately, with the corporations. And it's a, you know, again, what you just said, like, we allowed this to happen. It is one of the most difficult questions to answer, I think, fundamentally. And I'm going to simplify it in a way that sounds funny, but it actually is, I think, true. It sounds funny, but I think it's very real. And it is like, collectively as a people, are we stupid? It's a serious question, you know, like, do we actually know what's best for all of us simultaneously? Or is it always going to come back down to the same thing, that no one person nor group of people knows what's best for everybody collectively? But there's also no real easy way to get everybody separated just perfectly. Like people always talk about like unity, and it's like, well, unity sounds great, but if unity can't be a thing across the board, would it be better for people to kind of have, their, and again, I'm basically beginning to describe the underlying foundation of geopolitics. And again, I'm not trying to get too deep into that, but there's truth to it, man, where it's like, you got me thinking, Steven, we allowed this to happen. Like, what could have been done differently? Like, did we just witness a major inflection point and nothing happened? Oh, it's all right. I know not everybody's a member. Hopefully you'll consider becoming one if you're able to, or get gifted one. But I definitely got to bring back the members lounge. It's been too long. And you think, like, there is something that we could do collectively, right? And that collective initiative would simply be, don't pre-order anything and don't give Nintendo any of your money. And if everybody, maybe not everybody, if even 80% of people did that, you could go less than that. If 70% of people did that, Nintendo would get a very abrupt, clear message that they could not deny or ignore. And they would be forced to come crawling back to the market and saying, we're so sorry. We're so sorry. What do we need to do to make this right to win you back? And that's not at all what happened or what's going to happen. And we have to ask ourselves why this is, right? Because there's definitely a reason for it. And, I used the broad stroke term, it's stupidity. But is it really stupidity? I mean, I think a lot of people would argue it's not. I think a lot of people would argue it's not stupidity, but maybe feeling, there's a specific word I'm looking for. What's the word I'm looking for? Not FOMO. It's not that either. It's maybe comfort. I think comfort might be the word. Maybe that's what I'm looking for, where it's like, no, it's not naive. It's like, because think about it. Like, people are being faced with it. Like, you're either going to pay this amount or you're not. And the outcome that we're seeing so far is like, people are like, yeah, like, I'm angry, but I'll pay it. And you have to ask, like, where does that come from? Now, it's beast mode. I don't know if he's still here. He said it's because his family wants to play it. So that's like a bit different, where it's like, if it was just him, he would avoid it otherwise. But he's like, all right, I'll pay this much because I want to make my family happy. Escapism, and again, comfort. I think that might be what it boils down to, right? Because like, you think, why do people partake in escapism? Because it comforts them. It takes you someplace you want to be, right? I mean, I'm making friggin' gaming sound like drugs, but I mean, it can be intense that way, right? It's because I think it's because when people think of the alternative is, I'm just not going to partake. Whatever this is that I really want, that you're trying to sell me for a price I'm not comfortable with, I'm just going to say no. And that's not going to be in my life. And especially if you're somebody where that's a pretty significant routine in your life, a pretty significant part of it, it basically means and I know this sounds intense, but this is where it's super interesting to look at the psychological factors here. Because I think when you have to answer the questions like, why are people just so okay with this, or why is it working? It's because deep down, it's all psychological, where what Nintendo and what, I wouldn't say Microsoft, as long as Game Pass remains $20, I don't know that I can say Microsoft fully, but they're part of it. And same thing with Sony, if they increase the prices. What they're telling you is that, we are giving you the opportunity to greatly alter a part of your life that you do not want to alter. And we're going to leave it up to you. MEG Steven Seagal did a philosophical interview with a YouTuber called Jesse Enkamp. We need to watch it in the members lounge. Oh my God, what? How old is that? That can't be new. Oh, Jesus. Oh, that sounds cursed. Dude, the last members lounge, I think it was the last one. Or maybe it was live. I don't know. It might just been live for everybody. We were like reacting to Steven Seagal doing a guitar solo, and I had to abruptly end the stream because something happened. But sheesh. All right, that Gaming Survivor, you just really threw me off there. Everyone should pirate and stand up to the corpse. We have too much money and they want it. See, Lux, this is where I think let's dig a little bit deeper, okay? See, once I get all the anger out and I'm done crashing out, we can really start to get deep here. People say, you're saying we have too much money. I think most people, generally, if you were to just like ask 100 people randomly on the street, do you have too much money? I would say all 100 people will say no. But it's a matter of context of like, do you have enough money to live to live well enough to survive? I mean, to live a moderately comfortable life, comfortable enough. Most people would probably say yeah. Some people might still say no because it might be true. But then you got to dig a deeper. You got to go another layer deeper. Well, what is your version of comfort? What's your version of a comfortable life versus somebody else's? And this is where shit gets real fucked up. And this is where you start to look at the biology of the human brain and just the human being in general, and where everything starts to get messed up. Because I assure you, there's somebody right now, not just somebody, a lot of people, where they're living a life of true luxury. I mean, true luxury, and it still doesn't feel like enough. And that is the curse of being a human being. And Titus comes in and drops another 5-bomb on you guys. And I've been holding this cup of coffee for way too long without drinking it. Titus is keeping the member train going. He's keeping the member train going. He brings us up to 17 guys. I think we can do it. We can do it. Titus is breathing new life into the member train. Titus, thank you so much, man. I want to see if we can hit that 25. Boss, it's clearly never enough. Never enough treats. He didn't get his treats today. Titus, thank you so much for that, man. I really appreciate the support. 90% of the time I'm bullshitting. The other 10% I'm lying. It's never enough. My membership deflector shields failed. Well, like, I'm not trying to... It's like, this is where we have to kind of draw certain lines, like, as a society and as a group of people, where it's like, we can either fail or succeed. And I think most people would succeed, because it's like, if I were to ask you, what do you need to live a moderately comfortable life? I think most people, it wouldn't be something crazy. It wouldn't be something like, I think everybody wants a little extra. Like, that's human nature. Everybody feels good having a little extra. But you can't have a little extra all the time. If you have a little extra all the time, it's not a little extra, it's just the norm. And when that little extra becomes the norm, then you look for something else that feels a little bit extra. And the cycle repeats. And that's why there's this kind of never-ending feeling of it's just never enough. And this is just the way we're programmed. You know, we're programmed this way. You have to put a lot of energy into not naturally falling into that, especially with the way systems are set up. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys that I'm some kind of monk or some shit. I'm absolutely not. I fall victim to it all the time. But it's like, a lot of people, I think, their fear, their anxiety, their stress, and again, I'm speaking from experience. If they were like to really zoom out, so much of it is it comes from stuff that it's like, that's not an original feeling. Or like, that feeling you have does not derive from an original thought. You've been influenced by something. Whether it be you saw somebody with something that you don't have and you feel some sense of loss, some sense of yearning for something you don't have. It could be, a feeling of insecurity where it's like, I live in a system where I'm supposed to have this, and that to be normal or to be okay. And I'm missing like half those things. So I'm not supposed to feel good. And it's like, if those preconceived notions or influences didn't exist, would you truly feel that way? Think about your childhood. I mean, I think that's always important to kind of reflect on, where it's like, of course, as a kid, you were taken care. Well, I mean, hopefully you were taken care of. So you could easily say it was you as a kid, you didn't have the weight, the burden, of responsibility, where I have to take care of everything. Like I need to worry about money. I need to worry about bills. I need to worry about all these things, where my food's coming from, right? Where my next meal's coming from. And of course, as an adult, you do have to worry about all those things. But I just think that if you kind of take a moment and evaluate, like, and I'm not trying to speak for everybody, because I may be talking to people where like this is something that's actually under threat. And I'm, in this case, you actually have a really valid reason for feeling those feelings of fear and anxiety. But for most people, if they just stopped and thought about it a little bit, they probably realize, like, bro, most of your shit's probably taken care of. Like, not saying you don't, like, you do work for it and you put in effort to take care of it, but like, do you guys get what I'm saying? Where it's like, you even have a little bit left over to spend and to enjoy. And so I think there's a lot of people who live that way. I think that would, I think, be considered maybe, if not average, maybe slightly above average, but pretty common, generally speaking. And yet so many of those people are left with a feeling of like, it's not enough. So how this pertains to video games is, I just think that, especially as you get older, you become less resilient. Every little change in your life hits that much harder. That's also the nature of being a human being on planet Earth. Aging and time. You get used to things. You settle in. Your brain literally develops, deep trenched out patterns and synapses and shit that, if they're just abruptly severed, like, you're gonna get fucked up. I don't mean to laugh, but it's like, you get used to something being there and then it's just not there. There will be, and I know this sounds dramatic to say, it's like, are you telling me I'm going to be in pain if I don't play video games? But like, there's not necessarily pain, but there will be intense negative feelings that are likely to be produced. And I guess I'm just trying to say, man, that like, when you look at video game companies and all companies, because this is a common thing in business, but they're not, like, you have to understand, these corporations, they're very smart. They're very, very smart. Like, they know human psychology. Like, they study this shit. This is part of the business. They want to know how to manipulate people, how to use people's emotions against them, how to use their impulses against them. All of this shit is very strategic. I think people have this idea in their mind that like, they just get into a boardroom and there's like evil maniacal, like it's like Dr. Evil and they're laughing and it's like, let's just increase the prices because fuck them. It's not like, it's actually, I mean, that would be funnier. That would be better because it's like, holy shit, there's no way it's actually like that. It is a science. It's very meticulous. It is diabolical. I hate to say that. I know that's an overused word these days, but it is diabolical. And unfortunately, most people don't know how that shit is being used against them. It's exactly why when we talked earlier about Activision, there's a rumor, for those who were, who missed this earlier, there's a rumor that Activision is going to start paywalling specific game modes in Call of Duty 2025 behind the Battle Pass. So like, this was unheard of. Didn't seem that strategic with Concord. You could argue they could have used a little bit of that. Yeah. Concord was too innocent for its own good, bro. It was too innocent for its own good. It wasn't diabolical enough. They should have hired some psychologists to manipulate people properly. But like, the reason, like, you have to understand, like, the reason why they're even considering that is because they understand that, like, they've manipulated the player base. And the player base, again, we're like what Steven says, like, we let this happen. It's like, and we've kind of let it happen to a point where it's like, You gonna leave if we take this extra game mode and put it behind the Game Pass? Or the Game Pass, the Battle Pass? You gonna leave? And they know the answer is gonna be, yeah, I'm gonna leave. Fuck you, bro. I'm not paying for that. It's like, okay. All right, well, we'll be here if you change your mind. And what they're betting against that person's mind collapsing in on itself. It sounds so fucking dramatic, dude, but it's sick because it's like, this is how it is. Like they're like, we have your data here, my friend, and the data says you've been playing Call of Duty for the past 10 years. You've bought multiple battle passes. You even bought a couple skins here, it says. So, all right. I mean, you know, we don't want to lose you. We don't want to lose you. And we're sad to see you go. But like I said, if you want to come back, we'll be here. And that's exactly how it is, man. And that person, maybe they won't be there at launch. Maybe they won't be there for the first month or two. But they start, you know, they come across a couple things. You know, that chances are Call of Duty didn't make that person leave social media. They are upset with Call of Duty. They're upset with Activision. They're upset with the Battle Pass situation. But were they so upset that they deleted their social media and said, I don't want to see anything anymore? No, probably not. And so it's just a matter of time till they come across a couple things here and there, and before they know it, they're like, you know what? Well, maybe it's not that bad. Maybe I don't have to buy the Battle Pass. I don't have to support that. I'll just play the base game. And just like that, they're back at it. And from that point, you're just sliding down the slide. You know, it's just a matter of time till, you know, saying games fall off, even Call of Duty. And that could, like, to be clear, that could be their undoing, which would be amazing to witness. I say this as somebody who still enjoys Call of Duty to a degree. It would be amazing to watch Activision just step on a landmine that they set right in front of themselves for no reason other than just pure greed. That would be amazing. And it's just concerning because it's like, you know, I see OK in the chat sometimes. He says, like, we're entering a new era of gaming. Like, truly, like, this is a new era. And it does feel that way, where it's like, man, it does seem like things are just getting kind of crazier in terms of, I mentioned earlier how I kind of laugh at the idea of Microsoft's mask just completely falling off and them not giving a shit. And I'm like, yeah, dude, I think that's where we're entering, where, like, it's funny at first just to watch the few people over there in the corner that have been screeching this whole time and deluded the whole time, like, get that that reality shock where it's like, told you guys, like, see what you were cheering on, told you. But then the realization that we're all in it together, like, we're still on the same boat here ultimately, you know, that is gaming. It's like, oh, wait, yeah, this sucks for me too. I'm addicted to the prestige levels. I mean, I won't lie to you, dude. Like, that's what keeps me going. Although, I don't know, I'm getting burned out. I just mostly play zombies now. And to be fair, I play with Mrs. MBG at night. So we kind of have a routine, and that's what keeps me going a lot. But yeah, man, I can't deny that I still like to see that number climb. You know, that's what's used against me, where it's like, if they're, I remember I tried playing Modern Warfare 2019 and I found out that they reset the ranking every, like, new season, and they reset the prestige. I'm like, oh, I'm out. No, I'm out. Like, you just took away my grind, bro. You took away my grind set. I'm out. And I guess I wasn't the only one, because apparently people really didn't like that. But yeah, shit like that does work on me. It does work on me. I'm definitely susceptible to it. And yeah, man, I don't know. I think at the end of the day, everybody wants comfort. You know, everybody wants comfort, and the truth is, man, and I say this as somebody who I've allowed myself to get a little too comfortable in certain areas of my life. Comfort ultimately just translates to weakness. That's not some kind of gung-ho, manly man, I'm going to rip my shirt off and tell you, like, we got to go live in the fucking wilderness off the grid. I'm not saying it like that. I'm just saying a little bit of struggle goes a long way. It does. A little bit of struggle goes a long way, because it's like, boss is going nuts over there fighting Leia for some reason. but it goes a long way, dude. So what I'm trying to say is resist. Stand up and resist. Pay no attention to me. Boss, why are you over there screaming? Is that coming through the mic? No, I'm not trying to give some like empowering motivational speech like resist or anything. I'm just saying that like, you know, you can get too so entrenched in certain routines and certain things that you know, the comforts that once felt like comforts just become expectations. That it just becomes the norm, right? And sometimes it's good to remove that, to distance yourself from that a little bit and remind yourself that like, you know, you don't want to get too acclimated, because I think this is how we've gotten to where we are. I think the gaming industry as a whole, we've all become too acclimated to just having the things we have. And that's why it's like at the end of the day, when push comes to shove and these companies are like, we are going to increase the price by 10 or 20 bucks or whatever, and we're going to move it a little bit further, and we know you're going to stick around because you need this in your life. You don't just need it. You believe it's a want, it's a need now, and you're going to find that out. And that, I think, is true for a lot of people. I think that's true for a lot of people. And that doesn't have to be a bad thing. It's just like, you know, Steven says he has no problem with eggs. He has chickens. 12, 18 pack right now. That's good shit, dude. No, that's smart. I should get some chickens. God, can I see myself with some chickens? Bro, if I got some chicken, I could make YouTube content from that. See, it would be even more beneficial for me to get some chickens. Get a coop in the backyard. Keep it away from the poison ivy. Bro, Gaming Survivor. Little teaser for the members launch tomorrow. Bro, poison ivy's coming back. He's come back with a fucking vengeance. Talked to my father-in-law, and he's like, yeah, you're gonna need a chainsaw. And I'm like, insert MBG Fred Durst joke, motherfucking chainsaw, because people apparently have likened me to, for whatever reason, to Fred Durst. Let me get the red hat. But and I'm just like, really? Like me with a chainsaw? I'll be honest, man, like if maybe I could do something with a chainsaw, I don't think I can handle Poison Ivy 2.0 arc. I did get some chemicals though. I know it's not a compliment, bro. Or I don't know if you're talking to me or not, but you can't use the flamethrower. Dude, my friend said the same thing. He's like, just burn it. I'm like, dude, you will kill people. If you burn poison ivy, you are creating a toxic gas that will kill people. So just a heads up, if you're ever dealing with poison ivy, never burn it. Never burn it. There was this one time, I don't know if I told you guys this. This happened a couple of years ago when I was trying to deal with the poison ivy. I came across, so there's like this vinegar. It's like toxic vinegar. It's like acid vinegar. It's like the purest form of vinegar where it's like, it's legitimately like acid. Like you can't get it on your skin. It'll burn you. I don't think it's like, it seems somewhat close to hydrochloric acid or something, but it's very intense. And I had read that, because I learned that poison ivy is really tough. Like it's a really tough plant where like it's resistant to a lot of shit and it will keep coming back. Please karaoke break stuff for $50 super chat. I'm gonna rewrite the lyrics, make a console wars, but I got this really, really powerful vinegar, and there's like so many warnings on the bottle. It's like, this is a poison. Be very, very careful what you do with this. You don't get it on your skin. Do not ingest it. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. And, I'm like feeling pretty nervous. I get nervous with this shit because I'm like, bro, I don't want to be that person where it's like, you just made one small mistake and now you're dead. You shouldn't have been the one doing this. I get nervous with that shit. I don't trust myself enough. You start to get that thing in your head where it's like, I'm thinking about it too much. Now I'm overthinking it. I'm guaranteed to fuck it up. But I decided to go through with it anyway, and I fucked it up. And I'll tell you, dude, I had I had one of those canisters. Yeah, the yips. I had one of those canisters where you pour it in and you spray it, but it like broke, and I'm like, fuck. So I was like, all right, I'm just gonna be really careful, and I'm just gonna like douse it. It was in a bottle, so I'm like, I'm just gonna start kind of tossing it out a little bit. The big mistake I made, and looking back on it, it's like, you idiot. It was windy. It was windy. Like, my idea in and of itself wasn't that bad. It's like, you could do that, but it was windy. And I wasn't thinking, this is what I'm saying. I was so in my own head of like, I'm going to take this motherfucker out. I'm like, it's me and you, this giant poison ivy stalk. And I remember like, I wasn't even wearing a mask or anything. If I was wearing a mask, would have changed the whole situation. I went to throw out like one big splosh, and this shit is so acidic that like as soon as it hits the air and as soon as it like touches anything, it almost like creates almost like a little gas or whatever. And the wind blew it back into my face. It wasn't liquid, luckily, because that would have been even worse, but I like inhaled it. And let me tell you something. Like, that was the first time in my life. It's like, if you ever want to know, well, don't ever do that, by the way. But I found out, like, that's what it feels like to suffocate and not be able to breathe. And I mean, like, my adrenaline shot up so much, bro. Like, it was like, you're going to die type adrenaline. And I started like, I jumped up. I started running. Yeah, I could have, dude, it was so bad. I started running, and I was like, I had to like run to the other side of the yard, and I was like desperately trying to breathe. And then I finally, it was because it was just like one big inhale. I just couldn't breathe for a little bit, like not long, but long enough to basically make me think, holy shit, I think I might die. And I was like sitting there coughing for a long time, and I was like so shook up after that. I didn't even go. I like, I think I don't remember if I still had the bottle in my hand, but I remember I went in and I was like, well, I'm done. I was like, I'm done. I can't, I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, Poison Ivy 1, MBG 0 for real. More like Poison Ivy 4, MBG 0. I've tried so many different things, but, maybe by me telling you guys this little story that I probably should have saved for tomorrow's Members Lounge, but don't ever do what I did, kids. At the very least, wear a freaking mask and some goggles. I go out there being like, I don't need to prepare. I'll be fine. The vinegar got me, bro. But that's what's crazy is like, I never even knew there was like deadly vinegar, let alone like, okay, I have firsthand experience with this deadly vinegar. And yes, it's very deadly. This will kill you. Be very careful. Don't even do anything with it. I'll be honest. I don't even know why you would buy it. I don't even know why I bought it. And yeah, that's how I got my muscles, bro. That's yeah, that was a hell of a time, dude. I stopped doing any landscaping after that. I'm like, I'm just gonna F off. I'm gonna die out here one day in my backyard. And you know what? Mrs. MBG is gonna have to go on the channel and be like, guys, I have some really bad news, and only half of you will be surprised. I'm sorry. I know I'm making such dark jokes. But anyway, Steven, you're saying Boss's whale is back. I'm not here to support MBG. It's Boss. Sounding like Corey now, bro. Uh-oh. Boss turned into treats. Sergeant says, thank you to whoever gifted me a membership. I completely missed it. Good stuff. Boss is still in here. I don't know what he's doing. He was like messing with Leia or whatever. You think I could do it? Well, I'll have you know, this past winter, I did go out there when everything was dead, and I went crazy. I took out as much as I could, and when I got to the last part where my father-in-law was like, "You're gonna need a chainsaw," it defeated me, bro. It defeated me. And Steven Leon, he wasn't kidding. He comes in with the 20 bomb, bro. Steven comes in with 20 memberships dropping from the sky. He appreciated my my acid vinegar story. He comes in, he drops the 20 bomb. Boss, let's see if he'll come over.
Boss, do you read me? It's time to feed the beast.
Hold on. I think he's now becoming aware. You ready? Boss is like, bro, I had to wait 3.5 hours. I had to wait 3.5 hours, but we did it. Steven, thank you so much for that, man. You dropped a $50 super chat and 20 membership gifts. Huge support, my friend. Thank you. Come on, boss. Enjoy. I know you've been waiting. Go ahead. I think boss's brain is having a couple problems right now. Oh, there he is. Okay. He was looking at me like, where are the treats? Like, dude, I literally just dumped them on your. We do this like 5 times a week. But that brings us up to 37 members. So Steven just crushed the goal. Thank you so much for that, man. I'm going to update that so you can see where we are. Yeah, like I said, if you got gifted a membership, or if you are thinking about becoming a member, I know that we didn't really do any members content throughout the month of April for a myriad of reasons. But, it's May now, and starting tomorrow, and hopefully every week going forward, we're going to be doing the members lounge again, maybe some members gameplay stuff, just some members content in general. So really appreciate you guys being patient with that. Yeah, so I mean, I got a different spray now for the poison ivy. It's actually like dedicated poison ivy spray. Still not sure if I should be the one to apply it. Like after the experience I had with that like deadly vinegar shit, I'm like, I might have to just hire somebody to do this for me, because I think I might be a danger to myself. An indirect danger to myself. Watch Rocky 3, get the Eye of the Tiger, and get back out there, bro. I mean, am I going to play Doom? I'm actually reviewing Doom right now at the moment. I'm not. The problem is, though, given certain things that are going on in my life right now and the limited time I have to play games, I don't know if I'm going to be ready. Like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish it to actually bring out the review the day the embargo lifts. But at the very least, I will be able to talk about it. That, I'll be able to let you guys know what I played of it and what I think of it, at the very least. So, yeah, I am reviewing it right now on PS5 Pro. You had many bonehead moments. You almost ate him. Damn, bro. We need to select somebody in the members lounge to help me out. All right. Hold on. Let me. So, all right. Sorry about that. I was checking on something there. We got a bit off course here when talking about, we're going in different directions. Not really talking much about gaming, but oh my God, I need to stop doing that, bro. I'm going to have to change my title and thumbnail again, because I just realized I put in this happens every stream. One of the 3 topics ends up getting totally neglected. And then, and then basically, I talk about it for 5 minutes at the end of the stream, and it's like, it shouldn't have even been a topic. Dude, you got to let me know how Doom looks on the Pro. I want it. Well, I will say that the embargo strictly, it says, it seems like it's pretty strict. Like, the only thing I'm allowed to tell people is that I'm playing it and reviewing it. So unfortunately, I can't tell you anything more than that. I don't think they would be upset if I said anything more than that. And maybe that should give you an idea, but gotta be aware of that. So, clickbait. I mean, it is literally clickbait. See, that's the thing. Clickbait is literally, from my understanding, when you put something in your title and thumbnail and whatever you get inside of the video or the article or whatever is not that thing. So on a technical level, I legitimately clickbaited you today by saying new Naughty Dog report and then proceeding to not once talk about the Naughty Dog report. But I'm going to change the title and thumbnail. I did talk about the Naughty Dog report in my video earlier. Am I reviewing Night Rain? So the company that, or whoever they are, agency, I don't know what you want to call them, that worked with me with Claire Obscure, I noticed that they apparently worked with From Software in the past. So, I don't know if I'll get another opportunity. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. See, I gotta be honest with you guys. Like, once I'm done reviewing Doom, I don't know that I'm going to keep reviewing games like in the way that I am. I don't know that I'm built for this, man. Like, it's not even that it's stressing me out. Well, I guess it is a little bit, but it's that, like, I feel like I can't comfortably play games, you know? I can't like it's too it's not necessarily impacting my thoughts on what I'm playing, but it's just, if anything, it's taking away. It's taking away from my more natural inclinations of, like, how I want to discuss games, if that makes sense. So I don't know. I'm not gonna, like I said, I mentioned this earlier. I'm not gonna draw like a line in the sand saying, I just might be way more particular. Like, I might be way more particular about, like, if I do take any reviews, like which games I want to review and whatever. But I'm nervous about doing that too, because it's like I start to, maybe I'm overthinking it, but I start to feel like, well, if I only pick games that I really want to review, then it's probably going to come across that you're only choosing to play games that you're going to like. And I feel like if you're going to try to be a reviewer, you have to. I mean, I guess that's okay. I guess that's, like, not that big of a deal. But if you're going to try to be like a truly, like, objective, unbiased reviewer, you got to be willing to kind of, like, review many different things. That's why I chose Claire Obscure. I'm like, I'll go for this because I would never play this game, and I was nervous I was going to dislike it, like I said. But I don't know. I don't know. What I can tell you is, we will always be talking about games on this channel. I can tell you that. Am I going to review Switch 2 tutorial? I don't think so. No. But I just want to reassure everybody that no matter what happens, we will always be talking about games. I will always be talking about what I'm playing. I don't know. I don't know, man, that I don't know that I'm naturally jiving with having early access to games and playing them, and it does feel like a bit too much pressure, where it's like, man, I don't want to. I play games very slowly. That's the problem. Is, like, I'm playing Days Gone right now, right? And the whole thing is, I don't know if I'm going to do, like, a full review of Days Gone, because I've already, like, basically reviewed that game in the past and I've talked about it. But what I'm trying to say is, like, I want to do everything in that game, and I'm taking my good old time with it. Like, I'm savoring it. Like, I'm playing it, like a half hour to an hour, sometimes like 2 hours at a time. But I'm playing it slowly. Like, I'm not trying to. And I realize, like, that's how I play games, dude. And it can be problematic because it makes me fall really behind, whether I'm talking about reviews or not. Like, even just keeping up with game releases, like, I fall really behind because I'm like a weirdo sometimes when I play games. Like, I remember when I played Ghost of Tsushima. Nicodemus, you're heading off, man. Well, I appreciate you hanging out, dude. Thank you. I remember when I played Ghost of Tsushima, like, I don't know why, but there was just something in me where it's like, I don't want. You spend a lot of your time riding your horse in that game and exploring areas. And I'm like, I don't want to gallop. I don't want to gallop. I don't want to sprint while I'm on my horse. I don't know why. I just want to slowly walk through the entire map. And that's weird. I think that's definitely weird. Like, I think somebody would be like, why Why are you slowly walking from this point to that point, and then every area you're exploring, you're just slowly walking? And I don't know. It felt more satisfying. I can't really explain it. It scratched an itch, I guess, and I felt like I was just taking in more of the scenery and taking in more of the game and slowing it down. I don't know. It didn't. I guess it maybe doesn't make sense, but I find myself kind of doing that a little bit, mainly in open world games where it's like I just like to play really slow. Bro wanted more Death Stranding. I mean, dude, I think that's one of the reasons why I ended up liking Death Stranding so much, is that like that's literally what that game encourages. And I'm like, yeah, this is great. You know, like I love this. When I wasn't stressing about fucking, tripping and tumbling 6 times down a mountain and losing 8 packages or whatever. You do that when playing The Witcher? Yeah. Yeah, I really like to take my time, savor the experience, and slow it down. And some games you can't really do that. You know, some games are, or like when I was playing Clair Obscur, like that's what made me realize I kind of really like turn-based. And I never really knew that I did, where it's like turn-based games are naturally like way slower. And I kind of like it. And I don't know if maybe I'm changing as I get older a little bit, where it's like, I'm getting old. I'm becoming an elder gamer. Like everything's got to slow down. I can't keep up no more. But, well, to be fair though, in Clair Obscur, you have to parry and dodge. So you're still, you still got to be on point with your reaction time. You like walking around in games too, enjoying the graphics? Yeah, I really do, man. I really do enjoy that. That's why people kind of make jokes about graphics, but I don't know. You were pretending to be a bus driver in GTA 4? We've all been there, Schmidt. We've all been there, buddy. It's not just you. You know what? I just realized I want to make sure I didn't get any direct donations that I missed. I didn't check on them at all. Hold on. Okay. All right. We're caught up with that. Because sometimes I end up completely missing them. Elden Ring walking sim. Dude, that's what's... I was watching that 10-minute gameplay deep dive of Elden Ring Night Rain, and I'm really on the fence about this game, man, because like I like what I'm seeing, but what I've heard about Elden Ring Night Rain is it's very fast paced. Like you can't take your time in that game. Like you are on a time crunch. You got like 3 days, and the world's closing in and whatnot. And I'm like, I've experienced that a lot. I have a lot of experience with like Battle Royale and stuff, but it is stressful. And I don't know if that sounds like what I want from software. It's one of these things where I won't know until I play it. But I am leaning more towards, I think I want to give it a shot. I did like what I saw. It looks fun. I do see people being harsh on it where they're like, bro, only From Software would get a pass on, basically doing an asset flip game, trying to capitalize on like a multiplayer trend or whatever. And I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, I think it's understandable why some people are going to have very negative reactions to it, but I don't know. It's different. It's something very different from FromSoft, even though it is basically an asset flip. And I'm kind of curious. This is one of those rare instances where I feel like I would want to wait for the game to come out and actually hear what reviewers have to say. See, it's like one of those things where it's like, if I get the opportunity to review Elden Ring Night Rain, I might take it just to, like, to me, that would be a pretty interesting one where I have no idea. I have no idea how I would feel about this game. So like that's one of those reviews where it's like I could end up loving it or hating it or being like, it's just meh. You pre-ordered Death Stranding 2 and Ghost of Yotei Collector's Edition. You just had to. I don't blame you, man. I see. I never really got deep into collector's editions because I always knew that like if I go down that road, I'm never gonna be able to get off it. Like I always felt like these collector's editions are never gonna stop, and I'm always gonna want them, and I'm gonna end up bleeding myself dry. But if I could, I definitely would buy all of them. But you know what? That's a bit disingenuous because there's another factor. Space. Every time I see these collector's editions, I'm like, this is so sick, but I'm like, I don't know where I would put it. I have no idea where I'd put it. Like I would run out of room so fast. Yeah, the first Ghost Collectors. Yeah, I like the way they handled the Ghost of Tsushima Collector's Editions in terms of the items that they're giving you. Like I know people are frustrated because they're doing digital codes and whatnot and not doing physical copies of the game, and I do think that's disappointing. But the mask specifically, I'm like, if you have Ghost of Tsushima's Collector's Edition and then you get Yotei's, that's a pretty cool combo to have. That does make me wonder what the next Collector's Edition from Sucker Punch is going to be. You know, a third mask maybe. I didn't beat Elden Ring DLC. I beat the game, the base game, and I got the platinum. But I'm going to be honest with you, dude. Like when I saw people, and maybe I'm becoming a tired gamer, man. Where like I saw people like saying like, yeah, like the DLC is like way harder than the main game, and I'm like, bro, I barely made it through the main game. Okay, like I'm a relatively skilled gamer, but I'm not that good. I used to be better. I'm not that good anymore. You know, like I've definitely lost my touch in some areas. And when I saw that, I'm like, I don't want to torture myself. But yeah, maybe one day I'll get around to it. I feel like it's going to fall under the category of things that people really love and desperately want me to play, and yet I just don't. There's too many games in that category. My son is throwing a bit of a tantrum out there right now. I wonder why. Elden Ring is relatively easy in the Souls genre. You know what's weird? I see people say that, but I feel like I don't know. I was kind of the opposite, where like I had an easier time with the Souls games and even Bloodborne than I did with Elden Ring for some reason. I don't know why. With the ending of Elden Ring, like the final couple bosses, I got worked, bro. Like I'm just like I don't know what I'm doing. Like I can't do this. I can't do this. And I really needed like help from people to like they had to drag me through it. I'm like I'm just like a detriment at this point. Although I will say the second time I went back to Platinum Elden Ring, I got a lot better. And I did stream myself in the members lounge, defeating Melania. And we did that. It took like 2 hours, but we did it. And I'm like, okay, I think I got better. I did not Platinum Bloodborne. I really liked Bloodborne. Bloodborne's such an amazing game, and I did struggle with that for a while. I definitely had a hard time with Bloodborne. I'm not going to say it was easy, certainly not, but I got better at it, I think, quicker. But you know, there's a common theme with me in From Software games where like when I beat the game, I'm like, I'm done. I can't, I'm done. It's not like I'm in a bad place. It's just I worked really hard to beat this game, and if I like, I'm pretty certain that if I force myself to try to get the platinum right now, I'm gonna end up burning out in this game and like being annoyed with it. Where it's like I don't want to do this just for these trophies. I get a genuine satisfaction from beating these games, and I'm good with that. And then maybe later on, like I did with Elden Ring, I go back to it. Sekiro, don't talk to me about Sekiro, bro. That's like a cursed game on this channel. People have pushed me to play Sekiro over and over and over again, and I did try, and I struggled greatly. I don't know what it was. To be fair, I think I struggled so much because I was trying to record my gameplay, and I don't ever do that, and I was stressing myself out. I'm like, I suck so bad. I'm like, look at this. Look at you, bro. You suck. And so I made this joke for a long time. Don't know if it's ever going to happen, but one day I will secretly play Sekiro. Maybe like eventually if we hit 1 million subs, years and years and years from now, if we ever do, I will secretly on my own time without telling anybody play Sekiro, and I will master it, and I will become amazing at it, and I'll complete that game, and then we'll just do like a Sekiro playthrough or whatever, or I'll just like show you guys like, see, I did it. Basically like not use it for content. Sekiro is their toughest game. I probably could beat it. It's just Sekiro to me seems like one of those games. Yeah, 500 death count for sure. It seems like one of those games where it's like every time you overcome an obstacle and you think you know what you're doing, the next obstacle you have no idea what you're doing, and you have to like learn all over again. Like you have to learn it, and then rinse and repeat, rinse, repeat. And I feel like Sekiro is that type of game because you only have so many options at your disposal. It's not like a Souls game where like you can kind of grind your way to a higher level or you can change your build or whatever. Like this one is just pure like you're going to have to build your skill up no matter what, and you're only going to be able to do that through raw repetition and dying and trying again. Never did play Neo. No, never did play that. By the way, guys, I see we are approaching the 4-hour mark soon in like 5 minutes. So I'll do like a last call here. If you guys want to drop any more fan funding, you know, as I say, I can only do what I do here on the channel because you guys make it possible. We don't even do sponsorships or anything like that. You know, those of you who are dropping membership gifts, becoming members, dropping super chats, direct donations, anything like that, I really, really appreciate it. We're sitting at 37 members. Maybe we could get that up to 40 if you guys want, round it off. But yeah, we'll be wrapping the stream up in about 5 minutes. So I just want to let you guys know. That's crazy. I can't even fathom that. People who do no hit runs on these games, it's like you're not human. Like to me, that's crazy. Surge 1 and 2, I heard of those games, never actually played them. Some Souls-like games that I played, Liza P, that was like my favorite. Excited for that DLC as well. I played some of Black Myth Wukong, didn't beat that game. I played that game Mortal Shell. That was okay. That was a Souls-like. I played this really super indie Souls-like. It's like a weird standout game on my profile. I don't know I forgot the name of it though. Shit. Came out a couple years ago. I'll have to look at my profile and get the name of it. But it's like an indie Souls like. I did play Lords of the Fallen, the most recent one. Couldn't really get into it. I liked what they were doing and the game looked good, but something about the feel of the game, I just couldn't do it for whatever reason. Mandragora. No, my God, it's gonna like bother me now. What is the name of this game? I think it starts with a T. I don't know if that helps. It came out a couple years ago. It's definitely a relatively unknown game, but it's a Souls-like. It starts with. I'm pretty sure it starts with a T. I just, I don't want to be bothered to go digging that deep for it. It's like one word. The name of the game I'm talking about is one word. I think it starts with the letter T. I'm waiting to see if somebody knows what I'm talking about. I wonder if I type in Souls-like PS5 games. God, there's so many, dude. There is so many. Oh my God, there's really so many. Oh, I played the Remnant games, or Remnant 2. Timesia. There we go. Yes, that's the one. I knew it was something weird though. I was correct though. It started with a T. I did remember that. Yeah, that's the one, man. I feel like that's such a random game. I platinumed that too. It was pretty good. Like I ended up actually really enjoying it. Good times, man. That's one of those games that like I remember coming across. I'm like, there's a physical version of it. I'll buy it. It looks pretty good, and if you're a Souls fan, I mean, I recommend it. It's not the best of the best, but I had a pretty good time with it. That's so random. Yeah, I'm glad you guys got that because I definitely would not have remembered that. Platinum Mortal Shell. I beat it. I don't think I'm gonna platinum it. That one was pretty good too. That one was like really heavy feeling. I'm looking at other Souls-like games. There's so many. But yeah. You never finished Mortal Shell? MBG's war with the Poison Ivy reminds me of the Scourge Tree Avatar boss in the Elden Ring DLC. Just keeps coming back. So platinuming Mortal Shell requires you to get through the game without getting hit. Yeah, you know what? I was wondering, like, why didn't I platinum it? It's because I looked over the list, I saw that, and I'm like, I'm good. That's exactly why. Steel Rising, I heard of that one. I heard that was pretty good. I may have tried that one out. I'd have to look over my list. But guys, we're about to hit the 4-hour mark. This is where I'm going to wrap the stream up. It was a very long one today. We were kind of all over the place. Guess I had a few crash outs. I don't know. But either way, it was a high energy stream. And I had a good time. A little bit worn out, though, not going to lie. So I did put a video out earlier, news video. If you want to just get more topics or more content, please go check that out. But before I wrap up, I want to extend a big thank you to everybody who tuned in today. Thank you to everybody who's going to watch later, but an especially big thank you to everybody who, you know, dropped any support. Again, we're ending at 37 members. Thank you so much for that. A lot of super chats, which help support the channel. And so just once again, you guys make this possible. I literally couldn't do what I do here without you. I'm very grateful for that as well. So thank you for allowing me to do this. And also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for all the streams. If you guys see Devil Shooter in the comments, give him some love, show him some thanks. Gaming Survivor, Hellbound, Beast Mode, Steven Leon, and everybody else. Guys, I'll catch you hopefully tomorrow. Okay, and hopefully tomorrow we'll bring back the Members Lounge. And yeah, should be a good time. So please enjoy the rest of your Sunday. And I will be back tomorrow. I will see you then. Until then, take care, everyone. I'm going to go deal with that Poison Ivy.